So sales training's sole purpose is to make salespeople successful. If your company does not provide you with an adequate sales training and coaching program, then you ought to self-train by going to sales seminar, local sales workshop, read books in the trade, listen to online courses, a podcast, and YouTube expert. The more you immerse yourself into the subject, the more it becomes easier for you to close more deals and the more successful you become in general. There is a clear distinction in terms of performance between highly trained salespeople that continue to upgrade their skills, and that's key, continue, and those with limited training that rely on their natural talent and occasional training. Sales training have generally a favorable impact on customers as well as sales force and the company itself. So let's review how does it work. So first of all, what is the impact really on the customer? Because you would think, is the sales rep that are being trained? How does it impact the customer? Well, obviously, the first thing is the level of confidence that it brings. The more confident the sales rep, the more knowledgeable the sales rep, the better the customer feels, right? So the customer product needs are understood and met by the sales rep. Additionally, the customer feel that the sales rep can add value and can be trusted. Customer also feel that the customer is not really going to waste their time. So the meeting have value. Customer love to work with sales rep representing a trustworthy organization. And finally, occasionally customer might have some changes in terms of their own needs. Incorporating their own need into the business solution is key to that. So these are primarily the main impact that are direct to the customer. And now let's discuss how does it impact the sales force itself. Well, first of all, new sales reps, they become fairly productive within a very short period of time. So you kind of shorten the learning curve, if you will. You can enter any sales situation feeling that, for example, you are equipped to succeed. You are aware of any technological environment and market, customer, industry, and product trends. So if there is changes, the training will feed you the information that you need, making you a little bit more confident. The more knowledgeable you are, the more able you are, and more skillful you become. And the company benefit because its salespeople are happier and more satisfied because of training they're receiving. So therefore, there is a higher level of retention and better morale across the board. Profit rises because of that, and we've seen generally the companies that are training and investing in their salespeople, they tend to have a higher profitability in general and higher revenue generation than the companies that simply do not invest in their salespeople. In terms of product and service differentiation, a trained sales rep have the ability to explain it with ease, and they incorporate anything new as part of the pitch when they have a conversation with the customer, which sales reps that are lacking training are not able to do. So the company also that are training people usually find out that their culture is better understood, more highly supported, and embraced by the sales force. So not every single company invests in their sales force through training, but those do really seen a spike in terms of productivity and satisfaction in general. So how does this sales force improve its competency? First is knowledge, right? So a trained sales rep or sales force as a whole, they have a better mastery of their product and service they're selling. They tend to know their customer needs a little bit better. They're more aware of the technology used and the information within the system that they use on a daily basis. They're more aware of the company policy changes and so on. And the culture as a whole is a little bit more cohesive. In terms of ability and capability, well, the sales force have a better grasp of customer needs, right? And they know which account are a little bit more profitable than the other. Therefore, they focus on high value customers and an account more so than they would spend enormous amount of time in account that do not yield much of results. In terms of skills, a trained sales rep can prospect better, can identify the customer needs faster than an untrained sales rep. They will get to know their territory a little bit faster and better. They tend to listen more. They have the ability to persuade their customer. They do provide better quality presentation. They negotiate better, and they tend to close at a higher rate than untrained sales rep. Additionally, they tend to follow up in a much more enhanced way than an untrained sales rep. So overall, training is a foundation of improvement across the board. A company that neglect to train its own employee will start seeing a decrease in revenue generation, will experience low morale and some level of dissatisfaction, and dissatisfied employees tend to do a poor job. Hence, that will impact directly the customers, and if it does impact the customer, the company will feel the pain in terms of lack of revenue generation. So again, there is nothing better than sales training, and it is absolutely critical to invest in one employee. Compensation is an essential factor in attracting and retaining employees, especially in sales. I personally have lost salespeople due to poorly designed compensation plan written by people with a background in accounting and finance, but no experience in sales or marketing. A compensation plan is a valuable tool that can either ignite salespeople's spirit or kill their motivation. Salespeople are incentivized by a variety of factors, ranging from the opportunity for upward mobility, career growth, recognition for exceptional performance, healthy culture, and peer competitiveness. Financial security is among the biggest driver of productivity. People want to have careers that meet their personal, professional, and financial goals. A healthy compensation plan can be a huge motivational and retention tool. Compensation plans vary according to the nature of the job, expertise, demand, industry, and company. We totally understand that. So let's examine the common compensation plan in sales. The first one is straight salary. It is often used by a small company that encourages cross-functional team collaboration and output, where salespeople spend a large amount of time working in non-sales related tasks and projects. This compensation method is becoming more common in organizations that are customer-centric and relationship-driven and less focused on deal closing. They want to please the customer, hence they eliminate the compensation structures that tend to be a little bit more aggressive and create too much competition internally. The second one is salary plus commission. This is the common method that I've seen out there, where the salesperson receives a small to average base salary. By the way, the system is used heavily by Fortune 500 company, and a percentage of profit on the revenue they generate in the form of a commission. Example, a sales rep selling software get a base salary of $60,000 to 90,000 depending on their experience and level and prior history. And also they get a flat or variable commission of 5% on deals making less than 10,000 in monthly recurring revenue, with an accelerator component that pay 2% or more on transaction between, for example, 10,000 and 20,000 of recurring revenue. Then potentially an additional 3% for deals that generate $20,000 in monthly recurring revenue or more. A variable compensation plan will be, you get 5% at the plan, 7% at any amount above plan, period. And if you miss your target, you get only 3% of sold revenue. So straightforward, different compensation system, but they're prevalent out there. Just want to make you aware of it. Then there is commission only. You will only make money when you sell something. If you fail to sell, you get absolutely nothing. This model attracts fewer candidates. However, the sales reps that accept this challenging compensation plan are often seasoned, confident salespeople that know how to prospect and close business. 100% compensation plan can be very lucrative for a selected few experienced sales reps or very aggressive sales reps. The failure rate and churn are often high in this concept. This is why companies often overhire, knowing that only a few sales reps will survive. I'll give you a good example where you find that. You find it in car business quite a bit. You find it in insurance sales as well. You find it in payment processing as well. Then there is the fourth element, which is draw against commission. It's another method that is based entirely on commission, and it's often used in the car industry. It's a method that allows people to have some level of income in each pay period. The company then claw back or take back the money, any unpaid advances against earned commission. So you make some money, you get your commission. If you don't make money, they will give you a small advance against future commission. This method ensures that during lean months, salespeople still can meet their financial obligation and pay back their debt during good time. Then there is the fifth one is territory volume. This method works well when you assign a team of sales reps to a specific territory, for example, to hunt for new opportunities within a particular area. This is often a team effort where the NBRs, new business reps, establish a rapport with potential buyers, then turn them to more experienced account executive to close the deal. It also works for customer service sales rep that uncover opportunity to cross-sell or upsell new and existing customers. The team compensation will be equivalent to your territory performance. In addition, all the compensation plans will be in play here. Profit margin is another way of compensation. This is a bonus plan where your sales reps get paid using any of the above mentioned plan we discussed. In addition, you compensate your entire sales team in proportion to their output towards the organization's profit margin. A rep, for example, that exceeds the quota should get a bonus higher than someone who just barely meet the quota. Anyone below plan will not get the bonus. Let me ask you a question. Are brain surgeons born or made? This question might seem silly to you. However, that's the exact question that you hear often. Are salespeople born or made? Well, most babies are born with limited mobility and the capacity to do very little with few exceptions. No one is born as a salesperson, but with training and coaching, we can become a good one. Think of this, a human baby journey. 2 months to lift baby to left head, 4 to roll over, 6 months to stand, 9 to 12 to attempt to walk, 18 to 24 to self-feed. Let's look at sea turtle. Instant survival, self-efficiency, instant ability to swim against current, and self-feed and hide from predator almost immediately. They're born with it. Human babies are entirely dependent on their parents for many years before they become able to survive on their own. It might seem that a human baby cannot survive without parental supervision, yet baby sea turtle hatching in the sand instinctively find their way to the ocean. It's like they are programmed to run towards the sea the moment they contact the air. Thousands of sea turtles instinctively sprint to the sea to survive without parental supervision or any guidance whatsoever. Many animals give birth to self-efficient progenies that can survive the harsh and predictable environment they live in. A newborn giraffe can walk within hours of delivery, and a wild beast can walk and even run within minutes of birth. But a human baby can lift his head without help, at least during the first two months of life. It takes 4 months to roll over, 6 months to stand, and 9 months to attempt standing. Necessary survival skill, fine-tuning, like walking and self-feeding, start occurring around 24 months. The illustration above reflects the fact that salespeople are not born. Some babies might possess some genetic advantages, but it's undoubtedly not sales related. Salespeople are made the same way a boxing champion or a tennis player is made. It takes years of training, coaching, and discipline to mold a winner in any field. The very best salespeople had to train over and over and over to become great at the sales profession. There is no exceptions. Sales is a profession that requires tons of practice, training, coaching, and hard work to build expertise. Many sales professionals had to unlearn some behavioral limitation such as shyness, procrastination, hesitation, misjudgment, over-speaking, poor listening habit, and replace them with better practices and behavior that allow them to get results. Some great salespeople had to overcome personal limitation, whether mental or physical, such as speech impediment, dyslexia, fear of public speaking, extreme shyness. Humans are not perfect, but they are a species that knows how to learn, adapt, and conquer its fear and shortcoming. So no matter where you stand today, I can assure you that you, with training and learning, you will build the expertise and the mastery you're trying to seek. So what is customer lifetime value? I have a formula here that says CLTV equal APV times APF times ECL. So pretty much the explanation is just right in the chart. In the slide, CLTV in red equal the average purchase value times the average purchase frequency rate times the average customer lifespan. I'm going to give you an example as well. So as we stated A customer lifetime value is the metric that indicates the total revenue a business can reasonably expect from a single customer account over the lifespan of the account. Businesses mostly use LTV as a metric to identify significant customer segments that are the most valuable to the company. A common mistake that many salespeople commit is failing to realize the lifetime value of a customer, especially in the transactional selling. Many sales reps measure their success based on a single transaction with a customer. And this is really prevalent out there. Thinking of your customer as one-time transaction event is wrong. It's really a major mistake that might cost you a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of credibility in the long run. So let's consider an example. Consider the following scenario. Example 1. Customer A goes to a Starbucks. As you can see in the right side, this example here. So I love a Starbucks. Before Corona, I go every single day. So let's assume I spend on average $5 each time I go. Let's say I go to Starbucks 4 times a week, right? Let's call it B. Let's assume that I patronize the Starbucks location just about all year long, 52 weeks per year. So I remain a customer for Starbucks, let's say for 20 years or so. So let's calculate the LTV of me as a customer as an example. So my $5 per day, I visit the Starbucks store about 4 times per week. That's $5 multiplied by 4, so that's $20. And I go there 52 weeks per year. So that's the working weeks per year. And I'm going to be a patron of Starbucks maybe for 20 years, right? That's really the average Starbucks customer patronage, about 20 years. If you look at it, the total number, 5 multiplied by 4 multiplied by 52 multiplied by 20, number of years, that's 20,800. So think of it this way. While most people really think of it as a $5 customer, they can afford to lose it. Very few people focus on the fact that it's not a $5 customer. It's a $20,800, almost $21,000 customer that you have in front of you. But most of us fail to realize that customer LTV, and that is incredibly important to think of it. Let's say you sell cars. Your customer buy on average or lease every 3 years a car. So let's assume a lease is for $400, right? So you take that number, $400, that's per year, and multiply it by the number of years that customer gonna become yours and gonna patronize you. Maybe every 3 years it changes, so you take the amount, whatever that might be, multiply by the number of years they're gonna be with you, and that will give you pretty much the CLTV of that specific customer. So it is absolutely critical to look at the holistic view rather than looking at it in a linear fashion. Look at it just that specific purchase, because that's usually how most people think. In this video, we're going to discuss your customer's word. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're a business owner of a women's spa, and you have a customer that come in and she spend $130 per visit. She visits you at least once per month, right? So every 4 weeks she will show up and spend $130. And she remain a customer for 8 years. But at the same time, she does, over the period of 8 years, introduce you to two similar clients every single year. So every year she give you 2 more clients that are pretty much like her. A friend, family members, whatever that might be. So to think of it, this customer spent $130 12 times a year. That's $1,560 per year. So let's take an optimistic view for this scenario. You get $130 monthly spend times 12, that's the number of visits per year, times the number of years, that's 8, and you get a total of $12,480. In addition, let's calculate the value of the additional 16 new customers introduced to the business by the first customer, by one customer. Assuming she provide the business or she refer 2 additional people every year, might be more. Let's just assume 2. And let's assume they spend the same amount every week and they stay loyal to the business for 8 years as well. That's $12,480 of spend times 16. Now you're looking at $199,680, almost $200,000 just from the additional customer, that specific one customer that is worth $130 a month brought to you. Now, if you view your customer as being worth $130, that is likely how you will view your customer. However, if you see a customer as worth $12,480 or even beyond that, look at 12 and plus the other 16 referral additional client during that time frame they will spend with you. So you look at it as 12,480 plus 199,680,000. So that one customer actually represent $212,160. $212,000, not $130. But the problem is most of us fail to understand that woman's client is not really $212,000, but rather it's $130. Yeah, they see them frequently. They think they're nice. They know they refer to them customer, but they don't even take the time to think about it and appreciate them. They appreciate the $130, but they forget to appreciate the $212,000 that they represent. Let me give you an example. If I buy a car, let's say I buy a C300, the Mercedes. It's just an example. It costs $45,000. And every 5 years, I swap it, change it, and so on. But I like that dealership, and I do like that sales rep. So every single year, I introduce 1 or 2 more people that pretty much buy similar like me. So they spend, 2 more people will spend, let's say, another $45,000. So that's $90,000 plus mine. So you're looking at $130,000 every single year. And if I keep doing that for 10 years, that's $1.3 million. But a sales rep that sells cars often will omit the fact that I'm just a 45 grand customer, but they will omit the fact that I could be $1.3 million. And that's what I want you to think about it. Always think about your customer worth and think of it in terms of CLTV. It's very, very important. So by viewing a customer as 200 plus customer, you can build the experience that is fitting for that quality of customer. Long-term success starts with taking a long-term view and preparing yourself by understanding the accurate potential lifetime value of your customer. Before you rush into action communicating with prospect, you ought to reflect and answer these 3 simple questions, but they are really critical questions. Who do you serve? What problem do you solve for them? Why you? Without detailed answer to these fundamental questions, you will find yourself always struggling in the sales process, potentially lacking direction and conviction in your conversation with your prospects. The clearer your answers, the more successful you will be in finding and converting your prospect into customers. Remember that successful selling is all about knowing your role in finding the right customers, equipping them with the right business solution, and turning them into loyal and happy customers that can potentially refer new customer back to you. It also means knowing your limitations and your competitors' potential. Target KPIs, these are taking an analytical approach to your sales career as vital to growing your business and staying relevant. Think of it this way. Every single successful sale you make is the result of a combination of several variables that lead up to the sale that you have made. So imagine your sales process as a sales machine, and every stage of this sales process is a gear that moves the process forward. When a machine is not working efficiently, it's often because of a component failure. A close inspection will lead you to discover and replace the faulty component. If your car breaks down, for example, you want to find out exactly the reason why your car fell down. So you pretty much identify that specific component and you upgrade it, change it, fix it, whatever it needs to be done. The same process occurs in this sales process. When your results do not reflect the success you anticipate, you should monitor and work on the individual areas that require enhancement to improve the end result. In the corporate world, these components, data point if you will, are called key performance indicators or KPIs. Salespeople and managers use them as valuable tool to create a dashboard to monitor progress and efficiency. Each one of them can influence your success. Each one of these measures can be improved upon. So I want to give you an example of the importance of KPIs and how critical they are. So for example, in marketing, for you just to know what a key performance indicator is, for example, in marketing, activity versus lead creation. What do you think about? Think about time to turn leads into appointment, or number of qualified lead into your pipeline per week, month, a year, whatever that might be. If you think in terms of outbound sales call made, you think about the conversion rate versus expected quota that one need to attain, or you think about close ratio versus quota. If you think in terms of average time spent in conversation with customers to close or advance the sale, what you think about in this case is the average time spent between inquiry and decision, right? If you think about the average transaction value, what you're really thinking about is the average profit margin per account, right? Or maybe the average volume per transaction. And last example I will give you, when you think about number of closed deal per year, for example, in terms of KPI, you think maybe of the number of upsells, cross sales per year, or maybe the holistic overview of the pipeline that you have, right? So personally, as a VP of sales, I was always paying attention to a few KPIs that were very important to me for my division to make its number. So I was paying attention to lead flow. I was paying attention to lead to close conversion rate. I was paying attention to volume close every single day. I was paying attention to velocity of conversion, how fast we turn things into money. I was thinking to average sales rep productivity per month and even per year. And I was also paying attention to client retention ratio as well as client loss ratio, both very important. And especially one of the dear to my heart because it's important is net new business among others. So net new business is critical to me. How much new business we have acquired was really a critical KPI. So I'm quite sure based on the nature of your business, you probably have different KPIs, but the key here is the same. Always ask, we're in business to serve first and solve problems. But before you do that, always pay attention. Ask yourself the following question. Who do you serve? What problem do you solve? Why you? And finally, what are the key KPIs you need to focus on to make the magic happen? I came across a few years ago this curve called Ebbinghaus curve. The hypothesis was the decline in memory relative to time. That means simply the information is lost over time, especially if there is no attempt to retain it. And that's really a natural pattern of forgetting information. So the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve simply stipulates that our memory, our retention in percentage into the y-axis, as you can see, versus the x-axis where the elapsed time since learning. So generally we forget about 60% of what we have learned within the first 20 minutes. And more than half a memory loss that occur is usually happen within the first hour. So the first hour is really critical for retention purposes. And most of the material that we have learned will be forgotten is usually done within the first 8 hours, not even a day. 8 hours you already forgot most of the material. So assuming you are in sales and you made a presentation, just want to give you some information here that will help you to think about it. It will jolt your memory, how our memory works really. So you think you made a great presentation, the customer remember it 100%. So right after your presentation, just after 1 hour, most people will only remember 48% of the information you presented. Within 1 day, most customers will recall only 33% of the information you presented. In other words, almost 67% is already gone. You can't recall it. Within 1 day only. Within 6 days, most customers will only remember 25% of the information presented. So within 1 week, they hardly remember what you talked about. Within a month, 31 days, most customers will recall only 21%, if you're lucky, of the information presented. And that depends on their quality of their memories. Now, when we learn stuff like you go through training, we forget about 60% of what we just learned within 20 minutes. I mean, within 20 minutes, you probably stayed within, just left the class, you already forgot 60% of the material that was just taught to you. Within 8 hours, you will only recall about 44% of the information you just learned, and you will forget 52% we learned within 1 hour. Imagine, 52% within an hour is already gone, disappearing out of your memory. Within 2 days, you will only recall about 22% of the information you learned. It's incredible how much we forgot and how fast we forgot. But yet we believe that we have good memory, we learn everything, and we retain everything. So I think about a statement when you speak to the customer, you always say, Mr. Customer, science have indicated that you will forget 75% of what we talk about within 24 hours. Sometimes it might be amazed, look at you like curious, what are you saying? I'm going to forget 75% what you say. Can prove they scientifically have been proven. When someone tell you they're going to think about it, remind them that actually 75% of what you speak about will be completely forgotten the next day. It's just something maybe you want to bring out there. Within 30 days, the customer will only recall about 10% of the conversation. In other words, 90% of it will be gone. You're lucky even if they remember your name. So leave your customer 3 things valuable to them. Always try to do this. If you leave them with 3 things, they will be able to remember 3 things. They're not going to remember everything else that you say. Because our brain forget things, and that's our weakness as a human being. When you start with a presentation, your focus should be to let the customer remember 3 quantifiable things that matters to them. That's all you think about. What are the few 3 things after the presentation I have to ensure the customer remember? These 3 things, they must be valuable to the customer. So think about something extremely valuable. The second thing, lack of implementation have to be painful to the customer. In other words, if you don't go for this business solution, if you don't acquire the product, here is what happened. It could be a loss of financial, it could be the fact you're going to lose customers, something that is painful. So you want to make sure of that. And third thing, these few things that you say, they have to be really easy to remember. If you don't, customer is simply not gonna remember. So make sure at least two things are remembered by the customer. That when you get back, just remind them about the 2 or 3 things that you just stated to them that are really valuable. So this value have to achieve a combination of the following. For example, you have to increase revenue for the customer, or maybe they need to decrease costs. That is incredibly important to the customer. So help me make money or help me not lose money is very important. I will remember that. Or help me maybe acquire more, market share. Help me expand my business. If you manage to do that well, your customer will remember your presentation and probably buy from you, because you won't remember everything you say, but remember 1 or 2 things. He's going to help me make money. He's going to help me, for example, not lose money, and they're going to help me expand my business. If you can do that, then you're probably going to win. Christopher Marine and Patrick Renoir wrote a fabulous book called Neuromarketing, which I really highly recommend. When you start a conversation or a presentation, people initially listen to you carefully. As the performance drags on, and especially if it is boring, people's attention span dwindles to almost nothing. They might be looking to you or at you while their mind floats somewhere else. Product focused presentation, where the sales reps speak primarily about the advantage and the benefit and feature of the product, are an excellent example for really boring presentation, because there is no diversity, just me, what I can do potentially for you, with the biggest, with the largest, with the strongest, with the fastest, and so on. So the people hear these things over time, and they kind of get tired of it. So when we speak, we have to focus on the customer need, not really what we stand for example, as a company. That can always come later. So the first thing is product-focused presentation usually go from 100% customer attention span straight downward. That's just the way it is. Product-focused also presentation can go upward only when a sales rep introduce either a charismatic presenter that is quite interesting data, or summarize the presentation. So when someone, for example, is presenting, all of a sudden say, well, I'm going to summarize what we spoke about. All of a sudden, people that have drifted away in terms of attention span now try to get back. So bored people attempt to pay attention usually when knowing that the performance is about to be over. Hence the U curve that you see over there that is represented in the blue line. So experienced sales professionals know that if you are to have a presentation that is product based, it's only, as you can see per the red line, it's only going to go downhill, and there is no way to get it to pick up. And the only time you might pick up is potentially when you're about to summarize the end of your presentation. But professional salespeople, what they do, they use what we call a pattern interruption process, right? Knowing that people's attention span is hard to control, so they keep surprising their audience with activities, data, demos, and exercise, sometimes even engaging with the audience with specific questions and group activity to keep everyone somewhat engaged. So what you want to do, you want to do exactly the same thing, because we want to keep your customer attention above that threshold of 80% to 100%. As you can see with the green curve that I present over there, as you can see, it goes like in U form, right? But it's always between 80 and 100%. The moment you start seeing that your audience is someone losing, track, or they're not following you, present something, either you show a demo, you do an exercise, you move on to a Q&A, or you do something where you interrupt their thinking process. But that requires several things. One is to have a strategy, and you have multiple tactics. When I say tactics, is what you're gonna do to interrupt their pattern of thinking when they start drifting away. And most importantly, you need to rehearse ahead of time. The more you know your product, the easier it becomes to control your audience. Most sales are won or lost during the presentation. It's during the presentation that you demonstrate the value and worth of your business solution. It's during the presentation that you tell your story to influence your customer buying decisions. An excellent presentation accomplishes basically two things. The first, it builds the customer desire to acquire your product or service, whatever that might be. Second, it demonstrates how your business solution would resolve the customer problem. Your presentation turns a distant need into an urgent matter that needs a quick resolution. So, keeping your demo client focused, concise, and honest allows you to win your customer attention as well as respect and their share of wallet as well. That is very important. In terms of value positioning, the product usually you sell is secondary to how your customer feel about its value. So again, remember, it's how the customer feel about its own value. Your business solution becomes valuable only when you find an interested buyer. If you don't find an interested buyer, you really don't have much in your hand. The value is in the eyes of the beholder. In this case, it's the customer. So focus primarily on the benefit that your customer will derive from acquiring the value of your business solution. Business benefit could be either revenue growth, maybe a profit increase, it could be a reduction in business losses, it could be potentially maybe lowering employee turnover. It could be reduction of theft. It could be improving inventory management, or anything that solve a problem and improve the quality of life of that specific customer. So customer value grows exponentially is usually represent in it's represent in this graph attached here that I provide for you. You protect, as you can see in the green, the shield, your customer from damaging external forces and meeting the customer desired goal. Under the solution, as you see per the yellow segment in the upper right side, you see presenting a business or solution that usually resolve a customer internal problem and workplace operational challenge. Under solve, as you see in the right side lower quadrant, your business solution arm your customer with the high value distinctions that become a market competitive advantage. Remember, your customer is looking for an edge. Can you help them acquire that edge? Can you make them different, more valuable to their customer? And number four, if you look at ACT, you see your value proposition is really a strategic market differentiation that can be leveraged against your customer competitors, right? So your customer value position can become an asset to position you as a growth partner that customer can rely on. So when you have a value proposition, you have to position it in the right way that way your customer can appreciate its own value and help them become bigger than what they are, or faster than what they are, or leaner than what they are, or simply financially savvier than what they are. So you're adding really a benefit that they can experience right away. I hope that was helpful, and I hope you enjoy it. Many salespeople believe that actually rehearsing their sales presentation will make them sound phony. But that's really wrong. It's better to be prepared than lose the sale due to incompetence, which we see very often. Remember one thing, the worst time to think about what you're gonna say is when you have to say it. I would say one more time, you really need to remember this. The worst time to think about what you need to say is when you have to say it. You really don't have the time to reflect. You are presenting, the customer looking at you, and the last thing you want to do is get confused. So the best presenters in the world spend a lot of time rehearsing their presentations. You only have one shot at leaving a good impression on your audience. Do not squander it. Please do not. Rehearsing allows you to connect with the words in three ways. Your mouth says the word. So when you rehearse, your mouth says the word. Your eyes see the word. Your ears hear the word. So by experiencing the word through your hearing, you're saying it, and seeing senses, you memorize them better, and it will sound more natural during your presentation. And make sure to polish your presentation. That is really vital. I had a conversation with a sales rep, his name is John, who went from being a great producer for over 15 years to becoming all of a sudden a poor producer within less than a year. Curious, I had a conversation with him to find out the reason behind his performance fall. To my surprise, he confessed that he got sick and tired of hearing his old presentation. While it works very well for him and allow him to close many deals and make money, he was tired of the script he built over the years. So he created a new one, a new script, a new methodology. So John's presentation took years, the old one took years to perfect. Yet he let it go for something that turns to be a total failure. You see, new ideas and presentations are great if they produce results. But a presentation that failed to produce result is really worthless. Even if you happen to love it, do not get attached emotionally to anything at all. It's only interest and desire to buy. If you achieve that, you will become a wealthy person, and you will have a lot of customers that will love you because of your professionalism and direct approach. So thank you for watching. So think again about these 5 facts that I just cited. They're all important, they're all critical. Think always as the customer would think, and I can assure you, if you always position heart over mind, you're gonna win. So thank you for watching. Let's discuss the customer centricity and buyer concerns. Your customer objections are concerns that need to be understood through customer empathy and centricity. If you look at this chart here, you find in the y-axis risk at the bottom represented by the red line, solution represented by the green line, costs represented by the blue line, and needs represented by the dark black line. In the middle, you see solution, evaluation, and commitment columns. In the left side, in the y-axis, we have degree of buyers versus concern. So the graph is really what it was written, and it's in the book of written by Bushworth and Howland, called Customer-Centric Selling, which I highly recommend, by the way. The diagram was developed by Neil Rackman, author of Spin Selling. It details the 4 variables involved regarding the buyer's concern when making a buying decision. Rackman conducted a study where he monitored about 1,500 salespeople on customer centricity and buying concern. And he found there is 4 variables from the top, as you can see in the y-axis, which is explain need. That it simply means does the client have a real need for your product, services, or whatever that might be selling. A cost, how would it cost to get the product that you're selling? And the solution, obviously, is the solution the right fit? And number 4 is risk, which is representing of need initially. Let's say you want to get out of that rental home that you are right now, right? Maybe you want to get married or start a family or something like that. That's a need. Solution, what type of a home you're looking for, right? What kind of a house you're looking for to buy. Cost, what type of house can you potentially afford, right? A risk, during your initial search, risk is not really a factor here. You really don't think about it. You just want a home, and you will figure it out as you go, right? Rackman stated that during the solution phase, as you can see represented the first column under solution, in terms of need, when you buy a home, you need is high. You need a home to get out of your renting position right now. The solution line represents start gaining momentum as you become more and more focused on finding a home. You start thinking, what can I get to solve this problem I am in? In terms of cost, look at the cost line. It's not a major concern really at this stage. A risk really are minimal. Really, they start growing a little bit, but it's still not really one of your main concerns. Now, when you move to the evaluation phase, right? Look at right in the middle under evaluation, and look at the color lines. Solution become your highest priority at this stage. It's really top of mind. Need, notice the need is decreasing rapidly at this stage because your needs can be solved with the right solution, right? And if you look at the risk line, it starts to grow fast at this stage because now you are evaluating the option you have to buy a home and the risk attached to each and every single solution or option that you do have. The line of cost is still not really big significant at this level because you know what, you did not commit yet, you didn't sign anything, so cost is still not really huge priority. Then you move to the final phase, which is the commitment phase, right? That's the top right column under commitment. When you look at the risk line now, it becomes really your most significant concern. Here you worry about almost everything. You worry about finance, you worry about quality, you worry about value, you worry about equity, you worry about people's authenticity. You become quite alarmed and somewhat agitated. You really don't want to have any kind of surprises at all. And you will back away from any deal at this stage. For those of you that are in real estate, they will understand this. At the very end, the customer become really agitated, they become a little bit angry, they almost want to pull out of the deal, right? So you really have to know how to handle them at this stage. So this stage is where authentic professional selling matters the most. It would be best really to simplify complexity and give honest answers. You cannot, say the wrong thing at this stage because you will lose your customer trust very quickly. And also you need to pretty much hold their hand and guide them gently and confidently through this buying maze until they buy the home, right? Because that's what people need. This, regardless of their ability to buy a product or not, they really need you to pretty much help them understand complexity and simplify and guide them at the same time. If you look at the cost line, it becomes the second biggest concern here. Customer hesitation at this stage is natural. Never offer price concession at this stage, because if you do, you put pretty much everything in question. The customer might think that you have hiked the price in the first place, and now in order for you to close the deal, you providing some level of concession. That might seem somewhat dishonest. Your customer actually might even start to question if it might be wiser to wait a little bit longer. What your customer often needs at this stage is really more assurance, not price concessions. Please pay attention to that, remember it. If you look at the solution line, it's no longer in question at all. They already find the solution. And in terms of need, the needs are already met at this stage. The customer already find the right house. So I hope you took some value out of this. Stage actor assume the character of the personality they are playing. Great actors mimic the voice, accent, walk, and behavior of the character they're impersonating. Selling has many similarities if you think of it with stage acting. And there is 5 elements I want to share with you right now when it comes to mirroring and stage acting. The first one, good story with great execution. Actors rehearse their lines to tell a story and they deliver it with emotions and feeling. But a sales professional rehearses as well his selling lines to tell the outcome he can deliver when it comes to the story he or she gonna use. Then they present using emotion and feeling to influence their customer. The second thing is actors memorize their line by rehearsing them hundreds of times sometimes to avoid sounding mechanical. To think of it, salespeople also do the same. They rehearse this script over and over to the point where they really start sounding as natural as possible. That's what they strive to do, and that's exactly what they accomplish. The longer they use that script, the easier it become like second nature to them. Third thing, professional actors know that they only have one shot to get it right. And sales professionals understand they also have only one shot to nail the presentation. Because for them, failure means losing the opportunity as well as the relationship on top of that they could have potentially have acquired or made. Number 4, great actors adapt to play any role given to them. The range of personality is really quite wide. They play a movie as a cowboy and then they play another movie as a superhero. You can see the wide difference between the two. Now, sales professionals also adapt to serve their customer across industries and environment in the same way. Think of it this way. A sales rep might move from a presentation to a mechanic garage to the same day to have a presentation to a boardroom presentation. It's completely different. The environment is different and the mechanics are different. But yet, the sales rep is able to adapt. The fifth element is actors visualize the whole script in their heads before stepping into the role. Well, professional salespeople do exactly the same. They visualize the whole interaction with their customers before they even meet them. They understand that the sales game must be played in their head first before they step into the action. So, mirroring your customer verbal and non-verbal behavior is a great way to connect and build rapport. Additionally, mirroring also is a tool that helps develop business relationship. You see, a customer that is upbeat, high energy, and speak fast might poorly connect with the salesperson who exudes, for example, low energy and speak at much lower or slower pace. Mirroring your customer means you are trying to align yourself with your customer level of comfort. That's exactly what it means. Mirroring requires a great sense of observation and the ability to regulate your approach as well as style to mimic your customer preferred method of communication. A few years ago, I recall I shadowed a sales rep, his name is John, who was a sales rep working in the New Jersey area. John was really a master at mirroring his customer behavior, as I come to find out. He was naturally a fast talker, high energy type of guy, almost a nervous type. So fast he talks sometimes I have difficulty even hearing what he's saying. While visiting a customer business in El Paso in Texas, I saw John all of a sudden pivot from high octane, fast talking individual New Jersey style to a slow talking, relaxed, easygoing individual. He was observing his customer behavior and speech pattern, and he gradually starts shifting closer to the customer comfort level. When the customer crosses his arms, for example, or lean forward, I observe that John is gradually doing exactly the same thing. I find it fascinating because the customers start rapidly warming up to John. And by the way, this was really a large client, a huge opportunity. He was the CEO of a large company. So John in real life was really the opposite spectrum of this customer when it comes to behavior. When John realized that the customer was about sold, he assumed the sale pretty much and asked the customer for his driver license to start, filing the documentation, the paperwork, or the agreement. The customer followed without problem, without hesitation, while telling John how his business come about. I realized that John's mirroring technique worked on his customer's subconscious mind. It naturally led this customer to full cooperation and compliance. He was pretty much doing what John is asking, without hesitation, without anything else. Once the paperwork was completed, John gestured the customer to sign in the dotted line. So the chief operation officer, without hesitation, signed exactly. It seems to me as what John was controlling the sale by connecting with his customer at emotional level. So John's ability to mirror his customer facial expression, body positioning, as well as communication pattern conveyed that he understood his customer concern and feeling at a much deeper level than I did. See, the customer collaboration was voluntarily because when the customer shook hands with John before we left, he told John that while he rejected tons of similar offers from different companies, what attracted him to John is his ability to empathize more than most of the other sales reps before him. So just to make sure, because I want to learn, I was curious, I shadowed John for 3 consecutive days. And during these 3 days, I observed that he adopted his customer verbal and non-verbal personality in each and every single session. And he worked like magic. He walked with the deal every single time. I just couldn't believe it. It blew my mind. He really understood the power of mirroring, and he turned it into absolutely a flawless selling model and a flawless selling method that really made him a superstar. No one works 365 days a year. Assuming you take 2 vacations every year to recharge your batteries, and subtracting weekend, federal holidays that leave you with pretty much about 244 days, working days, and assuming you are always in good health. As a field sales rep, you probably will spend on average 1 hour per day, about 13% of your daily working hours, thinking and managing administrative tasks such as daily mapping, research, CRM management, doing some expense entry. You see, all these activities are necessary, but they create absolutely no revenue for you. Additionally, you will spend just about 38%, based on multiple surveys that were done, of your time traveling to your client destinations and waiting for your customer reception rooms. Most of the days, you will find yourself losing about 3 to 4 hours on average between traveling time, being stuck in traffic, waiting for customers that cancels on you the last minute without warning, and managing your workload to advance your sales stages. So all this stuff take really a great deal out of your day in terms of time wasted. Assuming you attempt to spend four selling hours per day in front of decision maker, that gives you just about 976 hours where you are to influence decision maker to buy your business solution, for example. If you're making $100,000 per year, right? And that includes base salary, commissions, and bonus. Just hypothetically speaking, it's an example. That means you take the $100,000 that you plan to make, you divide it by the number of hours you work, in this case 976. That gives you about $102.45 per hour, or that's if you actually were planning to make $200,000. You say, well, that's too small for me, 100,000, I want to make 200,000. That's fine, but the number of hours pretty much the same, 976, let's say. That will lead you to divide 200,000 by 976, give you $204.90. If you decide to I'm going to make 500,000, $500,000 this year, working the same hours, 976, that means every hour will be making about $512. Now you can easily visualize the financial value of time spent in front of the decision makers. Nothing is more important to you or in sales in general than the time spent to influence the buyers to move forward by simply accepting your offer based on the value you provide. But you have limited working hours. Let's review that. Assuming you work 8 hours a day, 244 days every year, for the moment you graduate your college to the time you retire. Okay? Assuming you start working your work career when you are 25 years old. Most of us do around that time frame. Some do earlier, I understand that. And assuming you work 8 hours every day, that's multiplied by number of working days per year, that's 244. That gives you 1962 working hours per year. So if you take this 1962 working hours per year and you multiply them by, let's say, 40 years, you're gonna work, your working lifetime is about 40 years. That's if you translate that into hours over lifetime, so you take 1962 times 40 years, that gives you 78,080 working hours in your lifetime. Let's assume if you earn $10 every hour of this 78,080 hours, you would have earned probably around 780,080 cents. So working 8 hours at minimum wage, for example, $10, you only make in 40 hours about $780,000. If you made an average $50 per hour, you would have generated in 40 years about $3,904,000. But if you manage to generate $100 per hour working the same hours, you would have double your wealth by achieving about $7,808,000. If you double that, and let's say you're averaging about $200 per hour, you would have made $15,616,000 during the same period of time. You see, the above example of hourly yield return demonstrates that there is a direct correlation between the return created per hour and wealth creation. Every hour wasted diminishes your lifetime hourly earning. By spending your time in the activity that yields the highest return, you generate income, and the highest yield occur during your face-to-face with decision maker. Think of it this way. In sales, 90% of the things that you do yield very little to nothing. But closing that represent about 10% of the time yield 100% of your commissions. So actually what you want to do, you want to spend the majority of your time in front of decision makers because they have the capability to write that check or sign a contract. So wealth generation and sales success is a race against time. To win the race, you will have to extract the most value out of each customer you encounter. You will need to micromanage your time to the minute level to eliminate waste, increase productivity, and manage your time efficiently. Knowing what you need to be done is one thing. The biggest failure happens to all of us when you know what to do and do not execute on. You see, it's hard to manage your activities while you are busy. And it's hard to stay focused amid all the noise and interruption you're constantly subjected to. However, you cannot waste valuable time and energy in the pursuit of valueless activities. Please focus on one matter and dedicate every minute of your working hours to producing value and making money. In sales, you simply cannot quit when things don't turn out your way. There should be absolutely no option for retreat in your mind. Your mind is built to protect you from harm and shield you from hardship. And we know that we are all wired to take the easy route whenever possible. After all, think of it this way. Our ancestors didn't hunt the strongest animal. As a matter of fact, they avoided risk. That is why they went after the easy target whenever possible. Why challenge a tiger when they can capture a deer? It's all about choices. The safest bets might not appear to be risky, but they are not a walk in the park for sure. Our brain is built around self-preservation. Everything that we do consciously or unconsciously is led by self-preservation. You probably heard this story about the ancient Greeks battles. They had a reputation for bravery, discipline, and extreme determination. The Greek soldiers were trained and groomed to be willing to die for their cause without questions or hesitation. It was not a desire of bravery, it was a way of life, an obligation in terms of honor or living with honor. You see, the Greek leaders know that to ensure that the soldiers will fight to death, it was sometimes necessary to eliminate any chance for retreat. Hence, the moment they landed on the enemy's shore, the commanders usually ordered to burn the boats. The message was simply, you either win today and you go back home victorious, or you will die in this foreign land. Win or die. There was no escape and no choices. The Greek soldiers had to win the battle despite all odds against them, or they were to die in this foreign land. So a good number of sales reps get into selling believing that they're smarter than the rest of us and can endure more than all of us combined. We would like that kind of ego in sales anyhow. Personal pride and good dose of strong desire and ego is healthy, and it certainly helps to achieve success in sales. But having a strong desire to become a professional salesperson is really a good start. Having an intense desire to do whatever it takes is a more valuable attribute, because committing to work with focus and intensity is really necessary to gain an edge over your peers and your competitor. Taking your obligation seriously certainly allow you to overcome whatever challenge you might face in your sales journey. But it takes a unique mental state to get there. And what I mean with the mental state is your discipline, your commitment level, and ambition to start the day a little bit early than most. However, your ultimate power and energy are derived from your mindset. Many organizations spend enormous amount of resources in training, coaching to improve the salespeople productivity as well as performance. Yet, despite all that, very few sales organizations address the state of mind of the sales force, primarily because it is a complex issue. And you probably heard the old saying, you can influence behavior but not attitude. The thought process states that the salesperson either has the right mental condition to do the job or not. However, that's backwards in a way if you think of it, because one mindset is susceptible to change. One mindset is susceptible to evolution and upgrades. Like anything else in life, it requires training and coaching to influence one's thoughts. The mental state of the salesperson is really what dictates one's success. Training someone on the sales process, overcoming objections, building good customer relationship and follow-up are the mechanics that a salesperson needs to know in order to sell effectively. But you should know that this technical business aspect can only take you so far. The reality is that your mental conditioning comes before anything else. A trained mindset is a healthy, creative source of exceptional performance. So sales organizations should train the salespeople on how to train their minds first, because whatever the mind decides, the body executes. Think of it this way. Attributes such as willingness, desire, commitment, and grit are nothing but a state of mind. The mind is the source of all accomplishment and all failures. The accurate measure of a salesperson is determined by the things that are often invisible to the naked eye. You can quickly evaluate your appearance. We can evaluate your professionalism, demeanor, likability. We can evaluate your communication skills, as well as your attractiveness throughout interactions and observation. That's easy to do. We observe things and we make a conclusion out of what we see. However, you and I cannot measure grit. We cannot measure someone else's willingness or hunger or desire or endurance or mental stamina or courage or brain power. We cannot measure someone's empathy We cannot measure someone instant unless you live through unique experience with them. Then you can come up to a conclusion about evaluating their ability, because your mental state is what drives your actions and results. It's the force that overcomes obstacles that might seem impossible sometimes. We know that every technological invention that we enjoy today had seemed impossible at some point in our history. Everything that we enjoy today was somewhat impossible in the past. However, it took someone's strong-minded personality to drive his or her idea from hopelessness state to reality. So let's cover another attribute that I feel is absolutely important. Call it scruffiness. Ask any salesperson, do you work hard? And the most common answer you're probably gonna get, yes, of course, but I'd rather work smart. You see, everyone rather works smart than hard. And if given options, many people will ditch working hard for easy work that pays higher reward. Ask your salesperson, do you prefer we schedule 3 hours cold calling on new prospect or just 1 hour per day? Most people will opt for 1 hour. Very few people would want to go the 3 hours route. While many salespeople state that they work hard, many don't work nearly as hard as they describe. Hard work requires discipline and execution, and smart work involves planning as well as thinking. You see, salespeople are programmed to take the path of least resistance. If it leads them to their goal, be it. For example, if you're hungry and I give you the option, would you like this loaf of bread to eat for a day today? Or I give you the know-how to make your bread going forward. Most of us will take the loaf of bread right then and there because you want to satisfy your hunger. The easy option will win in this case. You see, you grow exceptional mental stamina when you push past apathy, procrastination, and fear. When you condition yourself to do the hard thing first, you increase your mental prowess by leaps and bounds. Doing the easy task conditions your mind to take shortcuts, which weakens your mental fortitude and diminishes your skills. We know that most salespeople despise cold calling, no matter what you say to me. They think it does not work, although it does work. Many think it's too much work. Many will tell you that it's dead practice. But we know that's not true. Salespeople avoid it because it's hard work with improbable results. That's the reason behind it. You cannot become your best if you steer away from anything hard. If you cannot improve, you cannot grow your career, period. You might not like cold calling or canvassing or the administrative side of your job. However, if it is necessary to get it done, get it done. Focus on your destination. Real sales stars learn to excel in all the areas that are core to their sales success. They put their emotion and pride aside for a moment to learn the skills that get them to the next level. Being scruffy work because it's not a pretty work, but it yields, generally speaking, high dividend in the long run. Or to reach the top 1%. If you really put your heart and mind into what you can. If you are not there, ask yourself these 2 questions. What type of skills do I need to acquire to get there to become part of that 1%? What capability do I need to learn to reach that level of performance? 2 simple questions that can get you there. What type of skills do I need to acquire to get there? What capability do I need to learn to reach that level of performance to become and operate among the 1%? So your mental growth requires continuous elevation of your mental fitness and belief. You are always in total control of your physical and emotional state. So keep pushing yourself beyond what you thought possible. Real success requires relentless dedication to do whatever is necessary, whether you like it or not. Try to imagine that you just interviewed for the ideal job promotion you always wanted. 3 senior vice presidents from different departments conducted your panel interview. You give it your all. Your performance has been exceptional for years, and your numbers have been among the very best. You left confident. You got the job. A week later, you received that dreadful call that someone else got the job. You felt devastated because you know in your heart that you are the best person for the job in terms of qualification, ability, know-how, experience, dedication, and commitment to the company. Confused, disappointed, and devastated, you keep asking yourself, how could they not see that I was the best person for the job? How could they not see it? You start doubting your ability, talent, and experience. You start thinking, maybe I wasn't passionate enough during the interview. Perhaps I didn't articulate well how I was the best candidate for the job during the interview. Maybe I wasn't aggressive enough. You thought you were the best, but they thought otherwise. If you operated with a fixed mindset in this scenario, and I ask you how do you feel about the hiring process you just experienced, you might think that you will never get that promotion again, or you cannot improve fast enough to meet their demands, or you choke during the interview, or you were unable to showcase your experience, or simply you were not good enough, or the hiring authority were biased against you because the hiring authority was under pressure to hire someone designated by another higher-ups. People with a fixed mindset believe that skills and ability are fixed, hence not subject to radical change or evolution. They think that your current level is where you will remain for the rest of your life because you are subject to your natural limitations. But some modern thinkers assert that an individual intelligence is a fixed quantity, a quantity that cannot be increased. Fortunately, these pessimists' views are refuted by other groups of thinkers and scientists who believe that anyone can improve attention, memory, and judgment to become more intelligent with practice, training, and strategic discovery. Scientists have concluded that people have the capacity for lifelong learning and brain development. Each person has unique genetic endowment. People might start with different temperament and aptitude, but it's proven that experience, training, and personal effort mold one's success. Robert Sternberg, the guru of intelligence, wrote the primary factor of achieving expertise, quote, "It's not some fixed prior ability, but purposeful engagement," end of quote. In short, the people who start the smartest do not always end up the smartest. Looking back at our interview scenario, you might look at the situation differently. If you had a growth mindset, you might view that failure to get a promotion simply as a learning experience or an opportunity for practice to get better, or a chance to develop new skills to become better during interviews. You did your best, but someone was better than you. It does not diminish who you are. It makes you a worthy adversary that can improve. People with a growth mindset believe that skills and ability can change and develop over time. This belief is backed by research. In fact, skills and ability change over time. You can control how you develop over time and get better in critical areas essential to your own growth. Traditionally, research was limited to fixed mindset and growth mindset and nothing in between. But we know now that most people are somewhere in between a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. That means you have a mixed perspective mindset that is part fixed, part growth, depending on the circumstances you are facing and how you feel about them. Depending on your learning pathways, you might develop the skills and capability for the job in some particular areas. In other instances, you might not be able to. For example, if you genuinely hate math and physics since you were a child, the chances of developing the necessary skills to become an astrophysicist are pretty slim because of personal dislike. You might want to play basketball like LeBron James, But if you don't have the natural physical attribute necessary to operate at that level, it might be a challenge for you. Ideally, you want to develop a growth mindset because it will improve your performance, productivity, goal achievement, and overall happiness. It's all about changing your views of the world around you and seeing challenges as opportunities to learn and develop. Please understand that you can develop a mix of skills and ability to transform your mindset over time. It will take effort and focus to achieve results. Your perspective has the power to change your business and personal life for the better. The key is to learn how to make the shift towards a growth mindset and upgrading it over time. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why most salespeople hate prospecting? Prospecting religiously produces excellent and predictable results. New Year's target turns sales rep into prospecting machine. Everyone to get ahead in the New Year's first quarter. New hires are often prospecting champions armed with nothing but enthusiasm and strong desire to prove themselves. They go full speed, even though their product knowledge is still somewhere on a shaky ground. I have seen personally many new hires that turn that lead into a sold account simply because no one told them that these leads were worthless. When you have no biases about any lead, you face with open mind the unsold and turn it into sold. You see, prospecting have 4 objectives. Many salespeople know the purpose behind prospecting, but many do not know its core objectives. You see, knowing your objectives make prospecting more efficient and more effective. And the key objectives are: first, setting appointment. You see, an appointment is a commitment of interest on your business solution. The prospect is saying to you, I'm willing to entertain your offer if it advances my personal interest. The second thing is qualifying the lead and gathering information about the business pain and the business crippling challenge. That means qualifying a leads mean you establish that there is first a need for your product. There is a time frame also where your business solution need to be implemented. That creates a sense of urgency. The customer have an appropriate budget as well, and that's very important. And the customer finally has the authority to enter in a contract. That means there is a need, there is a time frame, there is money and authority. All these 4 elements need to be together in order to qualify a lead. And the third thing is closing the sale. That is simply turning your prospect into customer. And the 4th element is the familiarity. The more familiar a prospect is with you and your company, the more likely they will accept and be willing to return your call or reply to your email or even accept a social media connection or respond to a text or an in-person query. You see, professional salespeople work hard to build an ongoing outreach to their prospect to build trust and familiarity. The primary purpose is to ignite engagement, interest, and trust in the familiar. So if you are selling complex, high-ticket, high-risk, long-cycle product or services to these C-suite executives, your primary objective behind prospecting is to set an appointment with one or a group of these decision makers. On the other hand, if you're selling a transactional, low-ticket, low-risk product, your primary objective will be closing the sale and gathering information. And in the third position, if you are an outbound or field rep selling a transactional, low-risk, low-ticket product, your primary reason is to set an appointment and secondarily gather information. And if you knock on residential or business doors, your objective is to close the deal on the spot or at least advance the sale. Additionally, what are the 3 prospecting P's that you should know? Let me share them with you. First, holding back. Procrastinating. No one is immune to procrastination. It is a disease that plagues the human race. Jumping into action is the antidote against it. So you gotta move fast. Choose action over inaction. Grab the phone and start calling people each day. The phone is a money maker. Doing nothing is a dream killer. So do not wait until you are broke or about to lose your job or get fired before you take action. Procrastination is a soul virus that kills your spirit of initiative and kills the opportunity you could have had if you stepped up your game. The second thing is perfectionism. Many competent people become ineffective because they take too much time organizing their thoughts, workplace, and preparing to do their job. What should normally take anyone 5 minutes may take them a couple hours to do. So perfectionism is a fear-based emotion and fear of not being good enough while sending an email, making a call, or making a presentation of your product. You see, the perfectionists want to succeed badly, but they don't trust their own qualification and talent enough to take a chance on themselves. So they hide behind perfectionism to mask their self-defeating emotion. The best antidote to perfectionism is taking massive action and accepting doing it poorly until you become good at doing it well, good at managing your speed and accuracy at the same time. You cannot get all the data information you need all the time. Therefore, you need to trust your own gut, faith in yourself, and keep moving forward. So stop your inner negative self-talk because it slows you down. Perfection does not exist in a non-perfect universe. Therefore, stop sweating the small stuff and focus on the big picture by serving your customer best. And the third element is paralysis from analysis. You've all heard this term. So core reluctance is psychological and emotional fear of the unknown. Many salespeople get anxious to dial total stranger or push a door to introduce themselves to strangers. Suppose you cannot bring yourself to do it after being trained on it several times. You're either or probably in the wrong job, and that's okay. You see, paralysis from analysis is an entertaining, pessimistic scenario in your head that stops you from doing your job. Example, what if they say no? What should I do if? What if they say this or that? You see, rather than taking action, the salesperson spends a great deal of their time going over this what ifs binge, followed by an over preparation for an event that might never happen. So what's the solution? The solution is simply take immediate massive action, accept the fact that you will make mistakes, and that is how you're going to learn. So finally, deprive these 3 P's of their most vital energy source, and that is time. By simply jumping into action, you turn negative waste time into positive productive time. You see, cold calling has everything to do with one mental state. The moment you allow a scintilla of doubt or hesitance in your mind, it becomes a full-blown disease that will immobilize you from taking action to achieve your real goal. I understand that prospecting is tough business. A slew of rejection can wear down fast a salesperson with low conviction. But I know also that great sales professionals build a thick skin and know how to shield their belief from the impact of daily rejection. You do that by focusing on the prize rather than the obstacles they face to get to their reward. You see, weak sales-minded salespeople become adept at finding a variety of stalls and excuses to avoid prospecting. Some would instead go without even a commission check rather than cold call or prospect. We all understand that prospecting is probably the most disliked task of being a salesperson. Each rejection feels like having to endure a root canal without any kind of anesthesia. A considerable opportunity loss feels like you are worthless and I would say third-rate phony professional. Prospecting fills up the top funnel of your pipeline, and it takes several filtering processes to extract good leads from bad leads. It's just like extracting gold. It takes 100,000 ounces of ore to recover 1 ounce of gold. You can see the magnitude. So no matter how good you are, no matter how many centers of influence you have and connection you have, you still need to perform the discipline of prospecting to stay sharp, collect market data, gather intel on your competitors, and grow your market share and income. You see, prospecting is not an optional behavior. It is a mandate to your success. You should know also that prospecting is a required discipline to sales success. It requires extreme focus and high resolve. It requires a cadence and a scheduled block time. If you handle long cycle, large deals with multiple level of decision maker, then you should allocate 15 to 20% of your time to prospect, which means 6 hours to 8 hours per week should be allocated. If you focus on short cycle, low ticket, high velocity account, then you should dedicate 40% to 60% of your time to prospect, which means 16 to 24 hours a week to prospecting, assuming you work 40 hours per week. You should never postpone prospecting to wait for better conditions, like better prospect, or better weather, or better market condition, or better circumstance. Prospecting time is never right. If you look for excuses, you will find many. That I can guarantee. So focus on doing the work, and miraculously, you will find that bad times are the best times to prospect and cold call. Let me share with you a real story here. John was an avid prospector, but by the way, he hated prospecting, yet he promised himself that he would prospect every day, whether it rains or shines, every day until he overcome his phobia of prospecting. So after a few weeks of rejection, his tolerance to rejection went up, and he started writing all the rejection he got every single day. At night, he drafted 3 to 5 answers to each rejection he got. Then he spent his day prospecting and rehearsing his answers between customer appointment and at lunchtime. Soon he started closing deals faster than anyone else in the whole company. One day, a major blizzard hit his city extremely hard and lasted several days. John decided to go out despite the hazardous condition. He didn't want to break his promise, so he went out. He was surprised because he got to do more business these days than the average typical quarter worth of business. He says the reason was simple. Every single salesperson in the city was home watching TV and worrying about the weather condition they could not control. All gatekeepers, by the way, were home as well. Only the decision makers were at work these days because they had so much to lose if they stayed home. They were available, uninterrupted, and open to listening to my value proposition. Selling them was like walking in the park. So the idea here is you got to prospect each and every single day, whether you like or not, because that's the way how you're gonna make money. Now, I understand in some type of businesses, some of you might have huge center of influence that feed you leads, but that's never enough, because some of the greatest large account, whale account as we call them, could be something that you can self-source sometime. So never neglect this aspect. There will be a part 2 in this segment. I just want to let you know ahead of time. I hope that you really enjoyed the video and would like you to comment if you like the video, as well as follow up and subscribe. Talk to you soon, and thank you very much. I appreciate your time. So how do you prepare the perfect sales pitch that lead always to a close? Let me show you how to do it. And don't forget to remember your 5 Ds that I'm going to share with you. Don't start your sales pitch until the customer agrees to buy. If you can accomplish the selling before the pitch, you're well in your way to succeed. Finding the gap or the prospect needs means asking pointed questions. It also means getting the prospect to think and respond in new ways. It put the prospect in a situation where he realizes that his needs can be met with the solution that the knowledgeable sales rep might be presenting. The perfect sales pitch takes research and development whereby you can eliminate objections before they occur. Always ask good questions that lead to a commitment before you present, and have confidence that you can overcome any type of objection during that specific presentation. So what are the 5 Ds? You should remember them. Let me share them with you right now. And they are critical to pitch. First is development. Second is details. Third is differentiation. Fourth is decision making. And fifth is delivery. So be prepared, do your homework. It makes the difference between success and failure. So let's examine the 5 essential elements of a sales pitch. First, development. You have to make the presentation look extremely professional. Have a clear message. Make sure the message you want to convey connects with your audience. So spend time understanding your prospect. This part is not easy, but if you prepare properly, your level of success will increase significantly. If you want to become a top sales professional, you must know your customer's requirement prior to delivering your sales pitch. You must understand the areas of pain and discomfort that the customer has. You should know their needs better than they do themselves. Good salespeople spend a significant time before the pitch understanding their audience, and you should do the same. Please know your client, understand their history, understand their makeup of the management team, and know their performance over the past few years. This information will help you develop pointed questions during the meeting and make them feel comfortable that you understand their needs. You see, a quality sales pitch has a story. It is essential your pitch waves the correct message throughout the conversation that you have with the customer. The second segment or element is details. So please pay specific attention to the details. The most important details are the information specific to your prospect. So adjust your pitch to fit your client requirement. Personalize the presentation. Include their specific requirement in the presentation. Make sure you do that every time. The client will appreciate and recognize the extra effort that you put into the pitch. Remember, you're developing the relationship from the beginning. Anything that sets you apart from the competition is a benefit for the long-term goal. So always find the client pain. Customers have different area of pains that need to be addressed. Ask always my favorite question personally. Mr. Customer, right before you sleep, most night, what problems do you think about and wish you could solve pronto? If you solve that specific problem, you will be rewarded extremely well. All companies have areas of pain. They all have problems and issues, whether it's a lack of growth, whether it's an internal financial pressure, personal issues, or boardroom issues, whatever that might be, they are looking for help, and you are the solution. If your business solution can assist in relieving their pain, your sales cycle will get significantly shorter. And the third thing is differentiation, and that is key. You see, establishing market differentiation is one of the most important elements about the sales pitch. If you can stand out from the competition, if your prospect don't see the value proposition in your product, your pitch is probably dead. You lost the opportunity to a competitor who's better prepared than you, so you got to really find that edge. After hearing 1,000 sales pitches and reviewing hundreds of business plans, the most significant problem companies that I've personally seen can be narrowed down to a simple, clear, easy to remember value proposition or message that the prospect can relate to. You see, you can just say that you are better than the competitor, but it doesn't take you far. You need to show them how you're different. State example, case studies, show charts, show graph if you have to, but show them how you improve companies that are similar in their business. Solving their problem is something that you can do better than others, but showing them how you do it is absolutely critical. Either you can maybe save them money, increase revenue, gain market share. These are issues that any CEO in any company faces. So please be prepared to discuss what the competition has said about your company. You should know your shortcomings. You should know your gap as well as your competitive advantages. Address your shortcoming before the prospect bring them up. That's the way to diffuse the issue before it becomes really a problem. And the fourth element is decision makers. You got to know your audience and what the respective roles are in the company. Each prospective client will have multiple decision makers. The role of a professional salesperson is to know each decision maker and what make them tick, and that's key. You got to identify your company champions, and these are your internal champions, are the people that you have developed a close relationship with and are feeding you information and become actually an internal advocate for your product and services. In the B2B sales, you will need to identify several other decision makers in the process within any organization you work with. That includes usually several influencers, technical staff, financial people, customer service. These buyers will influence the final decision based specifically on how your product and service will impact their specific department. Never overlook this influencer. Any one of them can sink your deal. They really can make or break a deal. If you understand the prospect pain prior to the sales pitch, you can deliver a targeted pitch that addresses each influencer's specific needs. If your product is great and your sales pitch is absolutely off the chart, but you have not made contact with the top decision makers, you're probably not going to go far. Your competition might be inferior in some cases, but might have a higher level of relationship. That means they have a superior network than you do, and they probably will end up having that specific deal. So contacts is everything. The fifth element is delivery. Have your best presenter deliver the message. If you're not the one, have somebody who can do better than you. You might only get one chance to make a sales pitch. Make it count. Bring in your A team, your A game. Practice the presentation before meeting with the prospect. You shouldn't be reading the presentation for the first time in front of your prospect. You should be extremely familiar with it. You should be delivering the message without any issue whatsoever. So incorporate several people into the sales pitch, because one person talking for a long period of time can get the customer to lose interest. Make sure that the content isn't too technical also. If an engineer is presenting, make sure that the message doesn't get lost in technical discussions, because obviously some people might not be as savvy as an engineer. Also, never get confrontational with a prospect. You can challenge their thinking without becoming confrontational. Show respect. Ask questions to make them think, to make them question themselves and question their belief. Don't be afraid to test your prospect thinking. The right question make the prospect think, ponder, and wonder about what if, and that's important. Most of these people want their customer to feel more comfortable simply by having more knowledge, but that is wrong. The customer need to know just enough to make a decision, because your business solution is the solution that they need to solve that specific problem they have. So price become the main issue when the customer think he knows enough to do better somewhere else without you. So don't become a commodity where the price become more important than the value you bring to the table. So trade carefully here. So in conclusion, arm with these 5 essential sales pitch requirements that we just covered: development phase, detailed processes, differentiation, decision making, and delivery. Do you see how you can improve your win ratio by modifying your approach in your next presentation? You see, in today's competitive environment, building a successful sales pitch is actually essential to the success of your organization. And a pitch is a series of well thought out questions that are part of your consultative selling approach. It's not jamming information, rather it's having a good conversation with the client that encapsulate a clear message that demonstrate the superior value you bring to the table. You see, companies have options available to them today more than ever before. So stay focused. You are always the most important competitive advantage that your company have. Sales is nothing but an exchange of energy, enrolled in good communication vehicles, and a lot of trust that is established with that specific client by asking the right questions and then meshing their problem with the right business solution that will address all the problems. I hope that you love this video. Please don't forget to subscribe, comment, and like. Thank you, and see you in the next video. So every single transaction has a beginning, a middle, and an end, of course. The beginning comprises the following: prospecting and identifying potential customers and setting the appointment. The middle consists usually of qualifying the opportunity, doing a product demo, overcoming customer objections. The end usually comprises closing the deal and then asking for referral and creating a cadence of value-add follow-ups that keeps the relationship warm and just one step ahead of your competitor. That's all you really want to do. You strengthen the relationship with your customer by sharing valuable market information, interesting insight, a usually industry trend that might affect that specific customer you're working with. As you know, selling revolves around closing. The customer benefits from acquiring new business solution that resolve a specific problem that he or she might have, and you benefit in terms of commissions and future referrals. Closing is really the bridge that connects buyers and selling future needs. It's a value transfer that happens between the buyers and the seller. Closing is the result of your ability to solve problems that hinders your customer growth. Failure to close is usually a failure to connect and understand your customer problems. So closing mastery requires a lot of training. Training builds confidence, as we know, and minimize discomfort, hesitations, and doubt that we all have. Closers sell with confidence, as we know, certainty, and a peace of mind above all, knowing very well that every single time they have given it everything they got. But let me remind you that you probably have experienced doubt, fear, and anxiety during your first week learning to drive a car, just as much as I did. But a year later, these feelings have probably vanished, and now you can drive your car without even thinking about all these vehicle safety measures. Practice, as they say, makes perfect. The main reason sales reps miss their sales quota has very little to do with poorly qualified lead, nor does it have to do with bad pricing strategy or poor sales collateral or unattainable quotas. While most sales reps really will point out easily the finger at one of these reasons, as we know, the fact is sales reps miss their quota due to ineffective communication within the customer conversation. Poor conversation lead to low sales. So we know that closing is critical. It is absolutely paramount. So according to Salesforce survey, 57% of sales reps are not meeting their quota due to various reasons that we might be familiar with, that range from sales rep incompetence, lack of training to customer priority changes, multitude of available options, shifting economic variable and trend evolution sometimes. So we know that illegitimate constraint might prevent closing sometimes, but your competence to close the deal stands at the very top. Closing is really the only measure that determines your success in sales. If you cannot close, you obviously cannot sell. So selling really is nothing but an exchange of energy, an exchange of ideas, emotion, and obviously logic. Closing reflects your ability to influence your customers. The more influential you are, the better closer you become. Let me share with you some tips to become a better closer. First of all, no excuses allowed. No one likes the feeling of defeat, loss, or disappointment. Even failed attempt to close a deal should be studied carefully to eliminate reoccurrence. So please always reflect on your failures. Learn from them in order for you to get better. In sales, as you know, you will face a variety of objections every single day. Many of these objections will have similarities related to several points, and a good example will be price, functionality, maybe option, maybe value. It could be budget, could be competition, whatever that might be. You're gonna face multiple types of objection. But think of it this way. First, redundancy is really your opportunity. Whenever you meet an objection, especially those you encounter on a daily basis that are very unique, answer them to the best of your ability and keep testing your new objection handling process during your interaction with new customer. That is how you become better closer. So leverage that. Losing also, you should know, will happen even to the best of us. But you want to minimize that probability. Be honest. Accept responsibility. Don't beat yourself up, but keep enhancing your closing techniques. Additionally, know that you have to own, your wins as well as losses. We all wanna, take credit for wins, but usually we wanna ignore our losses, and that's usually mistakes. Because you got to study sales closing techniques. Practice daily and evaluate your progress. Work hard on your closing approaches, because that's how you make money. And finally, let me share with you, you need to self-diagnose often. Rewind your day and diagnose your losses, because you want to learn from them. These are precious moments and precious lessons you want to take advantage of, because they will happen again. The worst thing that could happen to you is making the same mistake over and over. So each time you lose an opportunity, try to find out what triggers the loss and how to prevent it from happening in the future. And that's really how you become better. And you gotta have to study the root cause of your losses, for example, as well as your wins. Think of it this way. A good doctor would never prescribe medicine without digging deep to find out what triggered the illness first. That is what usually a doctor will do. The doctor might request additional tests to understand the illness. You want to understand what triggered that specific illness and how to prevent its reoccurrence. The lesson learned will become part of the doctor's bank of knowledge and part of future diagnosis whenever he will or she will face a patient with same symptoms. The doctor's holistic approach is key to cure the illness and especially its root causes. And that behavior or that method consists of two things. First, consistent closing. I have led several thousands of business consultants and sales rep in the B2B world, and I come to respect a great deal the sales rep that are consistent in their production, because consistency is really hard to achieve. Consistency requires strategy, planning, and flawless execution. The other thing that are really important is closing competence. The sales profession, as we know, is filled with sales rep whose performance depends more on luck than preparation. Achieving your quota occasionally is really not a strategy. As a matter of fact, it's a sign of incompetence. Closing competence takes time to develop, tune, and it takes really a lifetime to become a master closer. Top closer, you should know, study relentlessly how to overcome their customer resistance. They are absolutely masters at educating and promoting value to the point where the customer cannot live without them. And that is important. If you do happen to have customers that really need your assistance, then you have a customer for a lifetime. You should also know that the best-in-class company in the United States close on average about 30% of the qualified sales leads, while average company close just about 20% of their sales lead. Closing is not really hard when you master the technique that lead to mastery. The best closing techniques are a natural progression of the conversation. That is absolutely true. Where the sales rep carefully listen to the customer problems, identify the impact on business and the consequences of not dealing with it with some sort of sense of urgency. Closing biggest nemesis is really the status quo. Establishing a sense of urgency is key. Every close is different because customer situations of problem are different too. Therefore, study a variety of closing techniques to meet unexpected objections. Finally, the word close, C-L-O-S-E. Let's break it down a little bit, at least for my meaning. Here is the way I see close means. C stands for care for your customer needs. L stands for learn your customer pain. O stands for offer your best recommendation and business solution to achieve the desired outcome. S stands for satisfy your customer beyond expectation, and E stands for elevate your customer business status by providing a holistic solution. So closing is your opportunity to care about your customer, learn from your customer, offer solution, satisfy the existing need and want of your customer, and elevate your customer current status to a more desirable future state. That's really what closing is all about. Closing takes practice and requires constant upgrade of your own knowledge. Knowledge boosts confidence and training lead to expertise. The psychologist K. Andreas Erickson, who studied for a long time, stated that it took people to become experts in their respective field about 10,000 hours to reach a career expertise. You probably have heard that. In order for you to reach mastery, you need 10,000 hours of specific training. But becoming a top closer has a huge benefit because closing represents only 10% of the whole presentation, generally speaking, but also it represents 100% of the commission earned. If you spend 5% of your time studying the process of closing, the method and best practices of closing, you probably will become a top-notch closer in your company in a relatively short period of time. So, closing is a vital component to your success and your sales career. Closing helps your customer achieve their goal, just like it helps you close your own goals. So when you say helping your customer achieve their goal, it's goals like increasing revenue, increasing profit, reducing losses, managing operations or inventory, organizing employee schedules or payroll. It is generally speaking a win-win situation. You get your customer to achieve their objectives, and you make money and build relationships, as well as making commissions. Becoming a better closer takes practice and rehearsal. To sound natural, you really need to learn from your own experiences and other people's experiences. So adopt what works and discard anything that do not work. Don't build any emotion or any kind of attachment to anything that do not yield results. And understand that closing a process. And process, like any other thing, can be replicated and improved upon. The technique that I'm sharing with you today in this chapter are proven method that works. So first of all, thank you for watching. And Whether you are a sales veteran or a rookie to sales, you should know that if you cannot close, you won't make a living as a salesperson. Period. Everything about sales revolves around closing. If you cannot close enough business to meet your quota, you will probably get fired from your job. If you cannot close deals, you won't make any money and you won't keep your job. We closers suffer from very low self-esteem, lack of confidence, and low morale. Think of it this way. Why do you suffer from this kind of condition? Because when you don't close, you feel like you're a loser. You might not be a loser, but emotionally it does affect you. But closing is the remedy. If you close consistently, and your life will change for the better. That I know. Because people are very good. When the job is going well, you're making commission, you're making money, you're happy, you can meet your bills, you feel a lot better about what you're doing. Professional closer are salespeople that have mastered the whole process of selling. From prospecting to closing to follow-up. Every stage is as important as the next. Your success in sales requires that you become good at the entire process. The more closes you have under your belt, the higher your confidence and the more skillful you get. It's just like a champion boxers. No one is born a champ. What takes you years of training, and the more wins you have going into the ring and boxing, the more confident the champion becomes. That's the same exact thing that salespeople have to go through. That friction, that heat, make you better, make you more comfortable in your own skin and your ability to close more deals. So you got to close to thrive. You can get anything in life you want if you have enough conviction and desire to get it. Everything worth having requires time, effort, energy, dedication, and smart. We all know that. But you should also know that everything worth acquiring will require some level of convincing to convince someone that your idea or knowledge or skills or talent are worthy to buy, acquire, and invest on. Anything you want in life. You whether you want to buy real estate or you want to convince your wife on the last drink before you go home. It takes some level of convincing and influencing others. Influencing others is a communication at its finest. Closing is the end of a dialogue and the beginning of a relationship. Anytime you engage in convincing someone about accepting your offer or proposition or argument or recommendation, you're really trying to close. Most people are natural closers, but most do not know it. Give you an example. Children don't ever give up until they get their way. They are really naturally great closing. They would not give up until they get their way with their parents. Anytime you engage with your child to do something against their own desire, you yourself actually are negotiating to close a deal. If you get your way, you won. If they get their way, they won. And sometimes you go in the middle. That's what we call a win-win situation. Negotiation process is called trial closes. You might have heard the term trial closing. In other words, you're trying to close to reach a mutual consensus. The majority of salespeople can manage to deliver a good presentation, but many fail to close. Failure to close happens when you don't know the following. First, you don't know when to transition to a close, or how to transition to a close, or you doubt your skills, or simply you don't know how to get what you want, or don't know what to say, or don't have enough conviction on what you sell, the product or on yourself. right? It also happens, failure happens when you don't have enough knowledge or don't know how to position value or miss the customer buying signals or potentially worried that you will sound too aggressive. We see many salespeople acting that way. They pull back thinking, I don't want to sound or look aggressive. Or rather have the customer ask them to buy, which rarely happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It does happen, but it's rare. It is evident that most people have the desire to succeed, but passion alone is not enough. You need a strong desire, the necessary knowledge and winning mentality to be able to win. The world, as we know it, is filled with opportunities. But knowing when and how to take advantage of this opportunity is absolutely key. So you should absolutely learn to earn. You can spend a lifetime learning from your mistakes, but that will be only a small percentage of all the possible errors you can commit in a lifetime. Well, there is a better way. The best advice I can give you on this subject is to learn from your mistakes along with learning from others people's mistakes to increase your winning probability. You don't have too much time just to learn from yourself. Learn from others is a way faster and a better way. It's a more efficient manner. So learn from your peers, managers, and experts in your industry. Learn from other professionals, experts, books, seminars, and stories. Learn to earn a great living. The source doesn't matter. What matters is the extracted wisdom you can acquire. You can learn as much from a bad book than a good book. We all know that. You can learn what not to do from an underperforming sales rep, but you also can learn the best practice from the best sales rep you might encounter. So, leaders, as we know, are learners, and they're learners for life, not for a period of time, not based on need, but they're learners for lifetimes. So good sales reps are lifetime learners, and we know learners are earners as well. So be an eternal student. Greatness as we know it is something you absolutely can acquire. So again, thank you for watching. The best closing method is the step-by-step process that leads to a natural close. If you do a good job, the closing should be easy process because of the fact that you have demonstrated to your customers so much value that the customer cannot live without it, right? You make it necessary for them to want to have that business value that you provide in order for them to enhance and uplift the state of their business. So the following closing recommendation or techniques might help you close more, but feel free to upgrade them as you see fit. These recommendations are proven to work in most transactional settings. They're very easy, they're very concise, they're very simple. First thing is what we call the delivery close. So all you have to do is ask your customer, so Mr. Customer, how soon do you need your business solution to be delivered? How soon do you need your product or service to be delivered? That's it. Or do you want to rush the delivery at no extra cost to you? And you wait the customer to say, obviously yes. So you can say always something like, would tomorrow around 10 o'clock work for you? Would after tomorrow, Tuesday, whatever date, and you give it time, work for you? You see, despite the simplicity of this closing technique, it's really very potent because it reflects an immediate transfer of ownership from you and the company to the new owner. So you just assume the sale. The second method is called verification close. What you say is usually, would there be any additional functionality or capability you want me to add to this business solution we discussed, Mr. Customer, before we ship it to your business address or your home address? So you see, this verification clause assumes the sale. It also eliminates rejection and get the customer simply to focus on the add-on value that might enhance the purchase. The third method is called the scale close. All you have to do is ask the customer, Mr. Customer, on a scale from 1 to 5, how would you rate your new business solution? And if the customer answers with anything less than 5, then you will ask a following question that would say, what would make it a 5, Mr. Customer? Listen to the recommendation. And if you can't get it done, say, consider it done. Do me a favor, please do the changes for me here and there. That's it. Get the customer to sign the contract. So this closing technique allows you to evaluate how the customer feels about the business solution or product you just explained. It also allows you to assess your client desire to buy and how you can close the gap to turn this unsold customer to a sold client. The last part in this slide is what we call the payment close. It's quite simple. You can say something, Mr. Customer, you're probably aware that 90% of our new customers choose our advantageous leasing program or full-time payment program because of tax deduction factor and a huge savings. I'm quite confident, Mr. Customer, that you will be very pleased with it as well. You see, this technique allows you to assume the sale, and because it eliminates the tension that arises when discussing prices, the customer might push back a little bit and state that they rather purchase the product or use an alternative payment method, for example. But either way, think of it. It's a really win-win situation for you, and that's exactly where you want to be. So,
thanks for watching. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support means a lot to me.
a Kung Fu student can call himself a Grand Master once acquiring a black belt. The black belt only indicates advanced Kung Fu skill. And it's a default qualification for teaching Kung Fu. Grandmasters spend decades training post-black belt to attain usually the 8th degree of mastery in Kung Fu. Anything worthy of pursuit requires hard work, commitment, discipline, and deliberate practice. It's the practice that makes champions, not raw talent. It's the practice that takes you from a beginner stage to an expert level. Deliberate practice means that you are strengthening and stretching yourself farther and farther each time in a quest for new limits, new abilities, and new potential. By putting yourself in new challenging situations, you stretch your mental capacity to overcome obstacles. You might experience stress, anxiety, pain, and discomfort, but that's how you grow. For example, muscles grow when you are lifting heavy weights. By doing so, you cause tiny tears in the muscle fibers, which forces your body to repair the muscle and adapt your muscles to handle the stimuli that cause the damage. Your muscle grows new strength fibers because of the stress you put on them. A person who can't lift 20 pounds with regular exercise can get stronger enough to lift 100 pounds. Conversely, when you stop exercising, muscles shrink and you get weaker. The same experience applies to a growth mindset. Your brain can develop like a muscle. Research has shown your brain changes and gets stronger when you train. Scientists have shown how the brain grows and gets stronger. When you practice and learn new things, part of your brain change and get larger just like a muscle. You can improve your brain ability at any age. As long as you practice and use the right strategies inside your cortex, there are billions of tiny nerves called neurons. The nerve cells have branches connecting them to other cells in a complex network. Communication between these brain cells is what allows us to think and solve problems. When you learn new things, these tiny connections in the brain cells grow and fire electric codes at a greater speed. Things that you find tough to do in the past, like solving math equations or speaking a foreign language, become easier with brain development and practice. The results are more robust brain and higher mental abilities. Practice is a serious business, but don't take yourself too seriously. Have fun along the way. Be easy on yourself when you make mistakes. Learn best practices. Enjoy the journey because you will eventually achieve your goal faster by being more relaxed along the way. Deliberate practice is not about just learning how to do things with precision, but learning when to change pace and switch tactics. Adapting new practices and honing your skills takes time, so be patient with yourself. Skill mastery takes years. A growth mindset will keep you focused on your target goal while you're developing and honing newly learned skills. Deliberate, purposeful practice puts you at ease in the heat of battle. For example, a trained Marine does not turn around and run away from a fight, face it head on with courage and bravado. The grueling practice they endured pre-battle equipped them to stay cool, collected, and calm under pressure. Marines fight with honor for friends and country to go back home victorious. Deliberate practice is key to turning strategy into result. So, train hard, learn, grow, and focus on acquiring mastery in the field you love. Do not forget to enjoy the journey along the way. Celebrate your wins. After all, every little gain matters. We are the sum of the millions of experiences we acquired over the years. So please have a purpose and stay the course, because by the end, you will win.
Every buying decision has a motive behind it. A buying motive can be thought of as an aroused need, drive, or desire to solve a problem. A buying motive acts as a force that stimulates the buying. Understanding buyers' motives allow the salesperson to influence the decision makers to act. Most buyers will not share their motives. Therefore, it's up to the salesperson to uncover the buyer's hidden motives. Most buyers will not reveal their motives in order not to be taken advantage of. Disclosing important information may make the buyer vulnerable to unscrupulous salespeople. In some cases, the buyer might not even know the rationale behind buying a product or service. Some people change great running cars every 2 to 3 years because they feel they need a change. When you ask them about their real motives, they may not even know it. Great salespeople try to discover the buyer's dominant buying motive. Dominant buying motives are the most significant drivers behind any desired change. During the discovery phase, the salesperson asks specific questions to understand the buyer's pain point, dissatisfaction level, and readiness to make the change. A highly dissatisfied client will welcome immediate change. A less unhappy buyer may take his time to explore whether to act or not. The salesperson can use problem questions as an effective way to uncover the buyer dissatisfaction level. The first step is to uncover the buyer dissatisfaction degree, because without dissatisfaction, there is no reason for the buyer to buy anything. The second step is to increase the buyer's dissatisfaction level to trigger the urgency to act. The third step is to channel the buyer dissatisfaction by showing the buyers the consequence and impact of not acting immediately on the problem. Let's discuss emotional buying motives versus rational buying motives. A study of buyers' behavior reveals that people make buying decisions based on emotional and rational buying motives. An emotional buying motive involves some sentiment or passion. When a customer buys a Harley Davidson, they're not buying a motorbike. They are purchasing a specific status and a ticket to like-minded enthusiasts who share a passion for all things Harley Davidson. Emotions can be powerful buying drivers and serve as the foundation for most impulsive buying decisions. A rational buying motive usually appeals to the prospect's reason or judgment based on objective thought processes. Common rational buying motives include price point, profit, timing, quality of service, availability, reputation, and reliability. Emotional buying motives. It is said that most buying decisions are emotionally driven. Recent research indicates that the process of buying is a lot more emotional than most people believe. Most buyers are guided more by their feeling than by logic. Even savvy buyers rely on emotional appeals as part of their buying strategy. And while most buying behaviors are driven primarily by emotional motives, high-dollar purchases involve a significant degree of rational decision-making as the buyer considers the cost/benefit of the purchase. Rational buying motives. A purchase based on rational buying motives is generally the result of an objective review of available information. The buyer closely examined the product or services information with an attitude relatively free of emotion in this case. Business buyers are usually motivated by rational buying motives, such as on-time delivery, financial gain, competent installations, saving of time, increased profits, or durability. Large companies study the product specification, written purchase order, and go through a formal approval process to ensure they buy the best product possible. The business buyer and the salesperson work closely during all stages of the buying process, which begins with the customer's problems, expectations, and implementation. Sales professionals specializing in business buyers spend their time gathering information, interpreting the buyer's specifications, and meeting their specific needs and wants. It is essential to recognize that business buyers often involve a degree of emotional intelligence in their decision-making process. When a developer builds a building for commercial purposes, they focus not only on functionality but also on building aesthetic appeal as it draws buyers to spend more. No one wants to build the most technologically advanced and sophisticated yacht with the worst exterior for the simple reason that buyers look for functionality and appeal at the same time. In many cases, buyers prefer to work with a salesperson they like, rather than a more knowledgeable salesperson that's challenging to work with. In this case, the value adds relationship synergy is a big emotional motivator. There are other important buying factors such as 1. Patronage buying motives. Patronage buying motive causes the prospect to buy products from one particular business because of reputation, great reviews, or prior experience. Especially when there is no appreciable difference between the two products, some typical patronage buying motives can be superior services, a larger selection of products, competence of sales representatives, and the ability to buy online. 2. Product buying motives. A product buying motive leads a prospect to purchase one product in preference to another. Interestingly enough, this decision is sometimes made without direct comparison between competing products. The buyer believes that one product is superior to another, example, a Rolex versus Cartier watch. Numerous mind motives trigger a prospect to select one product over another. This includes brand preference, quality preference, price preference, and design or engineering preference. It is hard to imagine how a salesperson can create value for customers without first understanding the buyer's buying motive. There is a vast difference also between the buying process within the United States and outside the United States. For example, the Japanese decision-making process is a group process where all managers get involved in the final decision process. A Chinese decision-making process usually is a group process headed by a senior negotiator. A German decision-making process usually requires a senior top-level manager to be involved even in minor purchases. It would help if you also remember that Chinese discussions are long, repetitive, and every small decision must be written. Latin American buyers view socialization and relationship building as critical ingredients that must be established before business negotiations. Germans are known to be very systematic, with great emphasis on details. If you fail to recognize this cultural difference, you probably won't make your buyers happy. If you like this video and want to see similar videos, please subscribe, like, and comment. Thanks a million. Why is problem solving a critical skill you must master in the workplace to ensure upward mobility? Your ability to solve problems is the most critical skill you can have. Problem solving is what distinguishes very competent people from ordinary people. Problem solving ability is essential to employee performance in any role or capacity where issues need to be dealt with quickly, and where issues that employees face are particularly complex. Problem solving people come from all walks of life, including researchers, managers, engineers, salespeople, doctors, nurses, professors, and consultants. Companies hire researchers, managers, engineers, and consultants to solve challenging problems they cannot solve themselves. Solving problems is eliminating obstacles that are slowing progress toward a specific desired goal. The bigger the problem, the more the urgency and the higher the cost. Your ability to solve existing problems and predict issues that have not materialized yet can make a huge difference in your career, wealth, and impact. Problems come in all shapes and forms. Some are big yet easy to solve, and others are small but extremely hard to solve. The more the complexity, the higher the payout. First, let's examine what problem solving means in a business context, and what you can do to improve your problem solving abilities in a professional capacity to make yourself more marketable. So, what is problem solving? According to the Center of Management and Organization Effectiveness, the problem-solving definition is implementing processes that reduce or remove obstacles that are preventing you or others from accomplishing operational and strategic business goals. Put simply, it is the process of removing or eliminating obstacles, whether they are operational or strategic. How can you improve your problem-solving skills? Problem-solving requires both hard skills and soft skills, as well as a good dose of creative skills. Hard skills are skills like math or learning a new computer programming language. Soft skills are things like mastering communication skills, improving empathy, or listening skills. Creative skills are mental abilities that require deep thinking, imagination, and cognitive analysis of what's possible and what is not. Problem solving, at its core, is about how you handle your day-to-day personal and professional life. People who cannot solve problems tend to perform poorly and have difficulty creating solid relationships with friends, colleagues, shareholders, and customers. Building relationships and alliances require solving issues and conflicts. To do that effectively, you will need excellent communication skills, empathy, collaborative spirit, and a strong desire to serve others. Solving significant problems requires the use of your education, talent, competencies, analytical and synthesis skills. When you have a comprehensive understanding of the problem, then you can attempt to solve it. Creative problem solving requires using your knowledge, education, experience, intuition, and intelligence to solve the problem at hand. To develop a solution, you might need to borrow other people's ideas, insights, intelligence, and experiences. Several brains are always better than one. Collective intelligence trumps a singular genius. The source of creative energy lies at the intersection of cognition and intuition. The most significant problems require that you involve other intelligent individuals to help you with the task at hand. You should respect, consider and evaluate other people's perspectives by sharing information and collaborating with them to meet your collective objectives. Your ability to influence people requires strong interpersonal skills. These are soft skills like emotional intelligence, communication prowess, teamwork, mindfulness, genuine care, and sensitivity to other people's needs and wants. Problem solving requires developing tolerance to risk-taking. After doing your research, you should always take calculated risks, analyze the problem from different angles, evaluate the cost of failure, and assess all available alternatives. Balancing analysis with intuition is critical to finding a solution to the problem you're trying to solve, which requires a constant upgrade of your current ability to learn and synthesize new information to come up with an ideal solution. So, what are the steps you need to learn for you to solve major problems? Every problem has its unique set of complications and requirements. However, there is some commonality to the way most of the problems can be solved. Let's examine how you can solve these problems. Step number 1. Identify the problem. Problems are often like icebergs. You only see a small fraction of the situation above the surface, but the most significant complication lies beneath. Understanding the problem is a big part of the solution. Take your time, never rush. Understanding the problem is 70% of the solution. Examine the nature of the problem. Think about it from a macro level as well as micro level. Think about its impact, consequences, budget, time frame, resources needed, resources you don't have, sub-problems you need to solve along the way, predictable and unseen internal and external forces that might disrupt your progress. Only when you have a macro and micro level of understanding can you move to the next step. Step number 2. Structure the problem. That means taking a deep dive into the problem by understanding it from different angles, understanding its origin, why it occurred in the first place, and the probability of its reoccurrence. Structuring the problem starts with close observation, an inspection of all issues and facts, fact gathering, and comprehensive analysis to grasp the magnitude of the problem and how it fits into its environment. It's always easier to solve a big problem when you understand its small parts than you can solve one at a time. Problems are like a jigsaw puzzle. You can only solve one small area at a time until the whole thing comes together. Step number 3. Use your imagination to solve the problem. Your ability to use your imagination is key to solving significant problems. You have to see the problem first in your mind. Only then can you understand it and solve it. The blueprint is first created in your mind. The solution is first viewed through your mind's eyes. Only then can you take it from a mental concept to a diagram or explanation on paper before it becomes a reality. Creative thinking requires deep thinking and the ability to wander in mental isolation that leads to creativity. Step number 4. Making a decision. The best solutions are often not the ideal answers. Yet, they are the best alternative at the time. Most solutions would require many alterations and improvements to reach a specific desired ideal. When you conclude that a particular answer is the best alternative, consider all the pros and cons of all the possible solutions carefully, then decide which one is the best for implementation and execution. Step number 5. Implement your best solution. Once you decide to implement your solution, allow yourself to coordinate with others and how best to put it all together. All solutions have to undergo future improvement to ensure durability, performance, and client satisfaction. Step number 6. Ensure flawless implementation. During the implementation, you may uncover problems that you never expected before. Be prepared to make any necessary adjustments as you put your solution together. Learn from your collective mistakes to improve the business solution that you implemented. You can never foresee all the potential problems you have to overcome, but you should always have a contingency plan for unexpected issues. Your short-term goal should be to deliver on your promise, but your long-term goal should be to provide an ideal business solution, even though you know that perfection does not exist in nature. Your job is to ensure that you deliver a product or service that exceeds your customers' expectations and earn their loyalty. In conclusion, solving problems is the essence of being in business. The more complicated the situation, the more expertise you need, the more complex the issues, the higher the premium. Solving problems is the primary differentiator between average employees and experts who command higher salaries, bonuses, and a more considerable span of control. Problem solving is probably the characteristic most sought after by major organizations and governments in the future. Not everyone is equipped with that capability, but everyone can learn it. Yes, it will require time, energy, effort, dedication, commitment, and creativity to get there. But it's possible, so long that you have the desire and the will to become a problem solver rather than someone who implements others' ideas. We are all born with creative talent, and the biggest problem is that many of us do not know that we possess that capability. Therefore, we keep it dormant forever. But don't let that be you. You are a creative being capable of innovative solutions that can help your organization, family, community, and society reach higher living standards. If you like this video and want to see more like it, please support my channel. Subscribe, like, and comment. It will mean a lot to me. Thanks. Hey, have a blessed day. Marketing and sales are separate functions within most organizations, and they don't always work in harmony together. Marketing often blames the sales force for its poor execution of an otherwise brilliant marketing rollout strategy. The sales team blames the marketing department for being out of touch with customers' demands, poor quality leads, outdated marketing materials, and lack of awareness of competitors' superior offers. Conversely, marketing will blame sales for their inability to follow up and close good qualified leads and lack of understanding of products sold. Plus, sales is way too focused on individual customer demands, rather than looking at the whole market and taking into consideration future trends that may affect the industry. In short, these two groups tend to undervalue their contributions rather than build on them to create team synergy. When marketing and sales are not aligned, revenue and employee morale suffer. Conversely, when they work well together, we see significant improvement on key performance indicators ranging from shorter sales cycle, lower cost of sales, faster conversion rate, better market data sharing, higher employee morale, and greater customer satisfaction. A Harvard Business Review study revealed that companies that contacted potential customers within an hour of receiving the lead were 7 times more likely to connect with a decision maker than those who waited 2 hours or more, and 60 times more likely than those who attempted after 24 hours. Web leads have a short lifespan, response time matters. This study highlights the fact that marketing efforts, generating leads, work best when sales teams, close the deal, work with a sense of urgency and purpose. There are 2 significant reasons why marketing and sales struggle to work together. One economic reason: senior management allocates a yearly budget to the marketing and sales department. The marketing department spends its budget on pricing, promotion, and product. The marketing group sets the pricing in a specific way that will allow it to meet its revenue goals, and sets pricing guidelines and instructs the sales group to sell the price as opposed to lowering the price to make more sales. Salespeople, Facing market reality and intense competition, often recourse to reducing the price as an incentive to meet customer demands, facilitate negotiations, shorten the sales cycle, and speed up the decision-making process. The marketing group has the power to set pricing guidelines. However, the sales team ultimately decides on the selling price. The vice president of sales often reaches out to either the senior vice president of finance or the CFO for pricing consideration and price exceptions when the requests are below marketing-specific guidelines. This ability to override marketing pricing guidelines often creates friction among these groups. Promotion cost. Marketing groups spend money creating ads and promotions on different social media platforms, billboards, and television advertising to generate customer awareness, create interest, build preferences, and invoke a desire for the product. The vice president of sales often feels that television ads and billboard advertising rarely produce value, and when they do, they often cannot be measured. A better investment would be increasing the size and quality of the sales force, and its impact is usually measurable and immediate. Product. Most product releases come with some level of needed improvement. Salespeople's job is to sell the product as it is rather than how it should be. Salespeople often sell a promised outcome to their customers, and they are expected to deliver on it. Customers get irritated when the product lacks some needed features, has a poor design, or fails to achieve the outcome that was guaranteed by the sales rep. Dealing with angry customers, major escalations, buyer's remorse, and having one's personal reputation tarnished is often a subject of great frustration for salespeople. Salespeople's worldview is often shaped by the needs of its customer, while the broad appeal shapes marketing's worldview. Budget contention reasons. Budget issues are always contentious. Marketing requires considerable economic powers to buy space to promote the company brand and its business solutions value. Most of its impact is intangible and long-term, while an investment in the sales group can generate a tangible, short-run effect on the company bottom line. Salespeople view their marketing counterpart as bureaucrats sitting behind a desk, surfing social media, and using predictive analytics to gauge marketing project performances. Salespeople see themselves as doing the hard lifting, field prospecting, presenting, overcoming obstacles, building relationships with their customers while testing and evaluating the product appeal and areas of deficiencies. It is easy to see why these two distinct groups have difficulty working together toward a common goal. 2. Compensation plan. Part of the reason why marketing and sales act as rivals rather than partners lies in their planned compensation structure. The sales organization should design compensation plan incentives that align marketing and sales toward the achievement of specific goals that enhance productivity. The company goal achievement is the ultimate goal. Therefore, these incentives must be laser focused on the products that the company wants to sell. Salespeople compensation plan. Salespeople are driven by their sales quota to achieve bonuses and keep their job. They are masters at working the sales compensation plan and become extremely analytical when it comes to maximizing their ability to make money by taking advantage of any loopholes in the compensation plan. Compensation plans that are non-performance driven are horrible because they diminish competitiveness, lower production, and spur complacency. Comp plans that promote individual overperformance are excellent for morale as they compensate the individual according to productivity, rather than being part of a team that performs well. A good comp plan should allow top performers to make ridiculous money, to ignite other sales reps to increase their performance intensity to overachieve. The comp plan should be as simple as possible. If you work hard and are super committed to overproduce, the company will pay you extraordinarily well. Sales reps who barely get by should not be allowed to stay around these hungry, committed super producers. Underperformance tolerance should be banned. On the flip side, the company must find a way that allows marketing folks and sales folks to get compensated for working together as a united force to meet or exceed company objectives. You would probably agree that paying more for newly acquired customers is worth more than paying for maintaining an existing customer. Now, don't get me wrong here. Keeping and growing your existing customer base is vital. However, sales effectiveness is the ability of the organization to capture new dollars. Paying higher commissions for new sales should be encouraged. Sales hunters, business development sales reps, should be compensated differently than sales farmers, account managers. Part of the reason that sales organizations struggle to acquire new business is because the comp plan doesn't motivate sales reps to push hard to acquire the business. Salespeople are often compelled to lower the selling price on their products to meet quota, while the marketing group would lament that the sales group is not selling effectively and shying away from selling higher margin products bundles. Salespeople are paid a commission immediately upon selling, installing, and activating a business solution. Marketing folks enjoy a higher salary and discretionary bonus when the group meets company goals. The marketing budget is allocated to specific company programs, not necessarily to people, and to complicate the matter more. Marketing compensation plan. Marketing is all about influence. But it's tough to measure the latter. For example, a sales rep closing a lead provided by an existing client. While word of mouth is the best referral type, the signing customer may have done some research on the products by reading company reviews, online marketing material, and blog posts to make the right choice. In this case, sales will get credit but not marketing. Marketing and sales are vital forces that complement one another and should work closely together for the greater good because they cannot survive separately. Scalable good marketing strategy and execution can provide the necessary support to help sales attain its objectives. Marketing creates customer awareness, initiates desire, customizes native content, and sends important communication that moves customers to action. Several studies have demonstrated that marketing and sales interactions within many significant corporations are minimal at best and often awkward. Sales marketers' responsibility is to craft messages that the buyer can identify with and say, "Yeah, that's me." Most corporations have separate goals for marketing and sales, rather than one common collective goal. Instead of having team performance goals, these companies should have division performance goals. All units of production should work to accomplish one goal: company revenue objectives. After all, the company is one unit of output. All its departments rise and fall together. Factors contributing to the discord between marketing and sales. 1. Poor communication. The irony is that sales and marketing's significant strength is communication skills. These groups often fail miserably to conduct a productive dialogue and establish an interdepartmental communication model that promotes understanding and trust. 2. Budget. Allocated financial resources are always limited in nature and scope. The marketing group needs money to finance its programs. Sales needs money to hire and train new and existing salespeople, and it also requires a budget to incentivize and reward salespeople for exceptional performances. Marketing and sales executives' big egos and entitlement create friction, resentment, and group dissatisfaction. 3. Professional views conflict. Most salespeople feel that the marketing group is too broadly focused and often ignore local customer wants and desires. Conversely, marketing people perceive salespeople as having myopic views as they focus on individual customer wants rather than broader market. 4. Professional differences. Marketers tend to be analytical, factual, methodical, and strategic in their approach to achieve specific goals, while salespeople are primarily focused on building long-term relationships, engaging new and existing customers while closing deals. The marketing group and sales group priorities and approaches, while similar in some areas, are broadly distinct, leaving room for misinterpretation, misunderstanding, and occasional cultural clashes. 5. Pipeline misalignment. The marketing group's job is to build a growing, large pipeline of qualified leads. Salespeople's job is to close as many opportunities as fast as possible to meet their quota and achieve their bonuses. Salespeople often complain about the poor quality of leads or shortage of lead flow. Marketing group often blames salespeople for poor follow-up, slow reaction to reach on leads, and dismissal of qualified leads within less than 2 attempts. 6. Strategic misalignment. According to a Marketo study, at least $1 trillion is lost annually due to misaligned sales and marketing strategies. Mismanagement of leads often slows the process down, creates time waste, redundancies, process inefficiencies, and loss of opportunity. Most functional units within companies, finance, marketing, sales, legal, work toward the accomplishment of their own goals. This strategy often focuses on team and division wins rather than the whole organizational success. Internal divisional competition is well and good, if every division works in harmony with other business units to advance the company toward the attainment of its collective goals. For example, you cannot have a car run well when its engine cylinders run in different sequences. The power of the engine depends on the synchronicity of its collective parts. The same principle applies to corporations. All functional teams should work as one force that moves forward to achieve corporate growth by meeting their business objectives while aiding other cross-functional teams in attaining theirs as well. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos and CTO Werner Vogels have implemented a method called the institutional yes. This idea generation system allows an employee to present to their manager any good idea deemed worthy of evaluation. The manager's default answer should be a yes, and if the manager decides to say no, then they're required to write a 2-page thesis explaining why it's a bad idea. By doing so, Amazon has created an environment where more ideas are being tested and implemented throughout the whole organization. Genuine company success requires the strength of all its essential divisions. A lack of harmony or weakness of some of its parts can lead to a failure of the whole system, just like a deadlift champion would exercise several muscle groups at the same time. For example, back, glutes and legs. A champion knows everything matters: good form, movement, hip width ratio. Any flaw can result failure. Company internal departments are interdependent of one another. For example, a sale that requires a price exception and a contract modification to happen will need marketing permission, finance approval, and legal assistance. Without the collaboration of these departments, the sale will never become a reality. Marketing and sales should work as a force of one. Departmental politics and personal rivalry should be identified, discussed, and eliminated to create the necessary synergy to meet goals and surpass the competition. A. Marketing and sales work interdependence requires harmony to achieve mutual objectives. B. Sales executives should generate a compensation plan that recognizes and rewards efforts and exceptional performances that contribute to the ultimate goal, company objectives. C. Aligning cross-functional teams to work as a force of one to deliver on the company goal will lead to revenue growth and employee satisfaction. If you like this video and want to see more like it, please subscribe, like and comment. Your input and support of my channel means the world to me. Thank you.
them to acquire a certain speed and maybe allow them to have a certain structure to minimize error. That's all good. Things like your likability factor, for example, or communication skills, or maybe up to you. Ask smart, open-ended questions and encourage your prospect to talk. The more they talk, the more they reveal the type of information that might be of value to you. Your questioning strategy should nudge your prospect to disclose valuable information. this solution as well. So thank you for watching. Seconds you shake someone's hand. My friend Sylvie Di Giusto, speaker and author of the best-selling book called The Image of Leadership, which I highly recommend, said that during these seven seconds your customer will make multiple assumptive judgments about you. Your customer will hazard a guess about your background, potentially level of education, your professionalism, trustworthiness, and likability. You see, to quote, I will say, human evolution has prepared our ancestors to quickly make a judgment whether someone is a friend of a foe, an asset or liability, someone to accept in the group or chase away, quote. So yes, you will be judged quickly and surely. The key is to be prepared to leave a first impression because you won't have a second chance to do so. How to leave a good impression, or at least first impression, let me give you some tips here. There's mainly 3 I want to share with you at this point. First, have a really genuine smile. Don't fake it, don't even try. A smile the way a child would. Your customer will feel the authenticity and energy that your smile conveys. There is absolutely nothing worse than putting a cheesy grimace that reflects your nervousness and discomfort with your customers. I learned to put in the same genuine smile that I use when I hug my son every day. You can think about your own, someone that you care for dearly, and think about that smile you project and use the same method. A sincere and authentic smile opens doors that word will never be able to. So building trust and rapport start from your first eye contact. So try put an effort, genuine, warm, confident, a professional image out there, starting with a real smile. Second element, especially in sales, very important, a solid handshake. I mean with that, a good handshake. Reflect your confidence, professionalism, and warmth. A handshake is an art form because you don't want to be too firm nor too soft. Your handshake needs to convey the following: I am reliable, I'm courteous, and I'm easy to work with. And I'm here to do business along with getting to know you personally. If there are several people, shake everyone's hand in a manner that conveys your confidence and attractiveness. Do not ignore anyone, as people might take offense and sabotage your effort. And by the way, you never know who's the decision maker nor who is the most influencer within the group. So just do across the board, show that you really care. And during the introduction, if it is the first time you're meeting your customer or a group of people, simply introduce yourself while shaking their hands by saying something like simple, like, hi, I'm Anthony Cheney. Wait for them to introduce themselves, then add something like, I'm delighted to meet you. Connecting a friendly face with a name is always a good start, and it lays out the ground to start a conversation. Additionally, clarity. Make sure that every word that you say is well thought out, because you will be evaluated whether you like it or not and judge upon what you say. So what you say, whether you want it or not, it will be part of how people will judge you. The first few minutes of your conversation either cement or destroy the preconceived idea that your customer forged during the first 7 seconds of your meeting. So speak clearly, in a friendly, competent, and confident manner that portray your expertise, knowledge, authority, as well as self-assurance. Ask smart questions and start listening attentively and closely without interruption. Your goal is to study your customer verbal and non-verbal or nose or tongue. That's fine if that's what you want to do, but if you're in sales and trying to project a professional sales demeanor, probably won't help you. If you work in a tattoo parlor, I can understand it. But if you try to project yourself as a sales professional, probably won't help you that much. I've seen and had to privately address it myself with several salespeople because I want to help them. And I look at it from a perspective of both buyer and seller. So don't allow these controllable items to stop you from your potential and your success. Your grooming says a lot about you, believe it. When it comes to behavior, the total sum of your action, that's what behavior is all about. It's really your attitude, how you relate to people, how you understand, how you influence, how you inspire people to take positive steps that will improve your collective lives. That's really, behavior is important. You gotta pay attention to everything around your behavior. It really makes a difference whether you succeed or you fail in the profession of sales. When it comes to communication, effective communication, you should know, is an essential business tool and a critical personal attribute. It needs to be clear, concise, and persuasive. If you can accomplish these three things, you're a good, effective communicator. Be clear, be concise, and persuasive. Finally, that brings us to the last segment, which is the digital imprint. It's something most of us do not really think about it, but it's important. Your online reputation is just as important as your physical or community reputation. You need to protect and improve it continuously. Your digital reputation is often the first thing customers research before they contact you. So please protect it, because once your digital reputation is tarnished, it is pretty difficult and costly to repair the damage. John was ready along with his partner to meet Tom, the CEO of a large technology company. And this is, by the way, a true story. He wore a beautiful three-piece suit, blue tie, black shoes. He looked one notch above business professional. It made sense. This was potentially a huge contract and a huge client. When they arrived, they were shocked. The company CEO was wearing boat shorts and flip-flops. His chief operation officer and chief marketing officer were dressed similarly. John felt he was overdressed in comparison to his customers. They delivered their presentation to an attentive and quiet audience, and John, whom I know personally, received an email the following week stating that they lost their bid to a competitor. John knows that he was the best in the business, and his curiosity demanded to understand why his company was not chosen. So he called directly the CEO that rejected him and asked him for honest feedback. He said, "John, this is John." And the CEO responded, "Yes, do you remember me?" "So of course I do." "Can you tell me honestly the reason why you reject our offer? I just want to know. That's all I want. I want to learn from you to avoid making the same mistakes next time." So the CEO, his name is Tom, respond as follows: "I thought you'd figure it out." "I honestly did. We felt that you were the wrong fit. Even though we loved your presentation and everything you had to say, we simply couldn't see how you can train and connect with our folks dressed the way you were. I understand you might have dressed down if we asked you to. However, you could have easily find out our company culture and how we operate in terms of dress code And you could absolutely find all this information online, but you didn't do your due diligence. So the above example reflect the fact that preparation prevents poor performance and lost opportunities. You see, you cannot wear jeans and t-shirt when you're pitching a law firm partner and trying to get their business. Conversely, you cannot wear a fancy suit pitching your product to an association of blue-collar workers. It simply does not work that way. No one will feel comfortable. The lessons here is that one must dress in a way that meets the audience expectation and fit within the customer work norm and culture, right? You could be the best salesperson on the planet. You might possess the best solution and the best attitude, but you will fail flatly if you dress in a manner that your customer deems inappropriate or provocative. So use caution. Do some research ahead of time and dress in a way that does not become a distraction that prevents you from getting your message across. What matters is your message, not your attire. But they do matter tremendously. So let's address attire. If you are required to wear a suit, please opt in for something conservative. I find out that salespeople that tend to wear navy blue suit when it comes to men and dark gray with attractive, neckties tend to be taken more seriously than those that opt for a brighter or distracting color like yellow, white, things in that line. So appearance matters in sales, obviously, especially in professional selling. You cannot project professionalism if you dress like a teenager. Lawyers are taken seriously in court not just because they are licensed to practice law, but because they adopt a demeanor that means business. Is the way they look, the way they talk, the way they behave, is the whole package. A lawyer that dressed inappropriately will most likely be thrown out of the courtroom by the judge, because judges have little tolerance to no tolerance for unprofessionalism. You should think of it the same way. Would the judge take seriously a lawyer that dressed out of character? I would say probably not. And you wouldn't want to be with a lawyer that represents you that dress inappropriately in the courtroom as well. So conservative clothing give a first impression of business professionalism. People look at the total package. They evaluate your dress code, your words, your attitude, your professionalism, your overall demeanor, and pass a judgment before you say even your first word. It's just reality we live in. Whenever you are not sure, my advice, choose to dress conservatively. The same goes for women in that case. Salespeople can wear a variety of attires depending on their industry. One can look real attractive, yet professional. And that's exactly what you want. So, in terms of accessories, that's a big topic also. We're just gonna touch part of it that is important. While this is not really my expertise, I would like to share with you some recommendation that has worked for me or many of my professional colleagues. When it comes to the bag that you carry, if you are a salesperson that carry a bag daily while prospecting, my advice to you is to invest in a good solid leather bag that look good, right? And it can handle the work stress and age well. A black or brown color might work just well for you. Women have a little bit more option in terms of colors. However, staying on the conservative side will enhance your image and you'll probably be taken more seriously. when it comes to pens, you might want to invest in a good pen as well. I would say like a Mont Blanc writing instrument. They cost usually less than $100 for a very basic one. The customer wants to work with someone who projects success, not someone that is just looking to make a quick dollar. Appearing successful boosts your trust factor and your professionalism. I do want to share with you a story here. Tom, a client I know for many years, was on the verge of hiring a consultant company that has a reputation for paying attention to the smallest detail in handling their client projects. So he listened to several competing presentations, and he narrowed his choices to only 2 companies. Tom was really impressed by both companies. was contemplating signing one of the contract laid down in front of him. So he had 2 competing sales reps in front of him, awaiting his decision and signature. He said, "I guess it's time to sign one of this contract. Which one will it be?" Tom said. He honestly was confused. He didn't make up their mind. They were both very good at what they're doing. The presentation were perfect. It just mattered of like almost flipping the coin here. He had nothing to say, except things changed radically very quickly. Listen, both companies had excellent reputation, and both were very similar in multiple ways. Full of anticipation, both sales reps reach out to their pocket and hand Tom a pen for contract signature. The first sales rep hand over a beautiful Meister stock Le Grand Rollerball pen. The second sales rep hand over a chewed up, cheap, big pen. That chewed up pen raised Tom alarm. You cannot pride yourself on paying attention to details that matter to customers and neglect to hand over a decent pen to sign the contract. That specific chewed up pen was the reason why the second company lost the deal. Tom didn't volunteer to tell, and the sales rep never really asked why. Had he followed up with Tom, he would have learned a valuable lesson in paying attention to small details like a pen. You see, your first impression matters. So is your second impression, and so is your third impression. Every time that you meet your customer, you got to look the part and act the part literally. You really cannot afford to let your guard down and convey the wrong impression that cannot be erased from your customer mind. So investing in a good pen to sign a contract is always a good thing. You can have a second or third pen that you can use to write basic stuff. But when it comes to signing the contract, please have a quality pen that you can hand to customer to sign. Credibility is incredibly important. Most customers prefer to work with a sales rep who is competent and able to solve their problem. We can all agree on that. The fastest way to delineate a customer is to start pitching them right away. People hate to be sold, but they love to listen to expert recommendations and advices from sales professionals they really trust. Building a reputation for credibility and integrity is vital to your success. Credibility strengthens relationships and facilitates communication between you and your customer. According to a study done by HubSpot, only 3% of prospects trust salespeople. That means 97% do not trust salespeople. The odds of winning based on these stats seems quite low. A few tips to earn your customer confidence. First, avoid canned pitch. Even if you are a telemarketer, try to use light humor to build rapport and comfort before you discuss business. Use testimonial. There is nothing more powerful than existing customer promoting you and your business solution. Word of mouth is extremely important. A customer testimonial is more potent than any pitch, data, or statistic. Something that really works. Marketing materials. It's the third element. Try to use your company marketing material in addition to customer reviews, studies, maybe surveys, white papers to make your case and prove that your words match market reality. Visual material reinforce and validate your narrative, so keep them handy. Additionally, be honest. If you don't have an answer to a question, let the customer know that you will get back to them after you do some research on this subject. Authenticity make you win customers for life. Honesty and integrity matters. Let your customer know that you will do some research and will get back to them with the best answer possible. Then follow up with your finding in a timely fashion. That's a considerable distinction, as most salespeople fail to follow up as promised. So credibility is built faster when you do things that others fail to do. Remember that. The little things do matter when building long-term customer relationships. Additionally, ask great questions. You should know that there is nothing more frustrating than salespeople who pitch their customer without asking relevant questions that uncover their customers' needs. Yet, sadly, many salespeople under pressure to meet their quota trade their ability to listen for a product pitch. That's wrong. Intuitively, most salespeople understand that you cannot uncover business problem unless you ask the right questions. Yet, instinctively, they revert to pitching the moment they feel they have a sense of direction of the conversation. It is considered a malpractice for a doctor to prescribe a remedy before understanding the source of the disease. You would agree with that, quite sure. But unfortunately, that has become the norm in selling. Smart selling is all about resisting the desire to pitch and recommend a business solution only when you establish a thorough understanding of the customer problem and know exactly how to solve it. In addition, learn how to build a relationship. That's important. When you focus on building long-term relationship with your customers rather than focusing on a commission check, you will be astonished by how fast you can grow your business and sales career. Customers' loyalty have shifted over the years because today's buyers are smarter. They're more knowledgeable and more aware of the option available to them. Sometimes they know the market better than you do. However, most buyers prefer to work with a salesperson that prove to be reliable and trustworthy. Remember, happy customers become great shareholders and brand ambassadors. You want to turn every single customer that you have in your portfolio into a brand ambassador and a cheerleader of you. Finally, keep your promises. Strive to exceed your customer expectations. If you cannot deliver on your promises, at least tell the truth. Nothing is worse than failing on your obligation and misleading your customers. The fastest way to lose your reputation is not to be transparent. Making mistakes and correcting them is acceptable. Try to woo your customer whenever you can. And always sell with a long-term relationship in mind. serve every customer as if he is or she is the most valuable customer you ever had in your life. Remember that your long-term goal should be to transform every single customer into a source of lead generation.
When you think about a successful salesperson, you're likely envisioning traits that make someone stand out. Salespeople are diverse, and sales is a complex, ever-evolving profession that demands constant skill upgrades to stay relevant. Pride. Most successful salespeople take great pride in their work, viewing it not just as a job, but as a commitment to helping customers achieve their goals. For example, a proud salesperson working with a logistics company doesn't just sell transportation services. They work to solve customers' unique shipping challenges, ensuring products arrive faster or at lower costs. Pride in one's work means going above and beyond typical job duties, whether it's resolving a waste management issue or helping a client streamline their revenue processes. Confidence. Confidence stems from a deep understanding of products and services, empowering salespeople to address customer questions and resolve challenges effectively. For instance, even the best-prepared salesperson might not have an answer on the spot. Admitting "I don't know, but I'll find out for you" shows humility and professionalism, often building trust. According to a HubSpot study, 69% of buyers say they choose a trustworthy salesperson over one that seems knowledgeable but arrogant. This confidence draws customers in. It's a force that reassures them you won't let them down. Setting realistic expectations. Sales roles often face high turnover, with an attrition rate of nearly 35%, partly due to mismatched expectations and stress. New hires may experience a steep learning curve, yet face immediate performance pressures. To meet quotas, some may become overly aggressive or cut ethical corners. However, ethical sales practices lay the foundation for lasting relationships. As one seasoned VP of sales put it, "The long game in sales means building trust, not just closing deals." Sustainable success comes from solving real problems and genuinely contributing to customers' lives. Focus. Successful salespeople focus on areas where they can make the most impact. Imagine a software sales rep who specializes in CRM systems for small businesses. By honing expertise in that niche, they can provide precise insights and tailored recommendations, becoming a trusted resource. Studies show that 78% of customers prefer to buy from specialists who understand their specific needs. Customers appreciate a salesperson who can simplify complex concepts into digestible solutions that address their core problems. Results orientation. The drive to achieve and win is essential in sales. Sales is one of the few professions where performance metrics are unambiguously clear, with a competitive edge often making the difference. According to data from Salesforce, high-performing sales teams are 1.5 times more likely to prioritize goals and are generally more motivated to exceed targets. A strong desire to help clients overcome challenges should lie at the heart of this drive, giving you the resilience to bounce back even when you fall short. Fearlessness. Salespeople, like anyone else, often encounter fear, whether it's the fear of a big presentation, cold calling, or handling objections. Real success comes from confronting these fears head-on. Consider the case of a sales rep paralyzed by cold calls. With coaching from a manager and gradual practice, he became one of the top cold callers in his team. This highlights how facing your fears, instead of avoiding them, builds courage and expertise. Caring. True sales success is rooted in a genuine concern for customer well-being. Rather than focusing solely on numbers, caring salespeople invest in relationships, often gaining referrals and repeat business as a result. As the saying goes, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Listening. Active listening is a rare but essential skill in sales. In fact, research from Gong.io suggests that top sales reps speak only 46% of the time during sales calls, allowing the customer to express their concerns more freely. By listening deeply, you can uncover hidden pain points and gain insights that even the client might not have fully articulated. This not only builds rapport, but allows you to address the customer's real challenges effectively. Empathy. Empathy enables salespeople to connect with clients on a personal level. Instead of bombarding clients with product features, Empathic salespeople ask open-ended questions that reveal the client's unique situation and needs. For example, what specific challenges do you face with your current system? Helps customers articulate their issues, making them feel heard and understood. Competitiveness. Sales is competitive by nature, with top performers consistently pushing themselves to achieve their goals. Much like athletes, successful salespeople are disciplined, resilient, and constantly strive for improvement. This competitive spirit drives them to get an early start, make more calls, and keep learning. The sales field, similar to sports, rewards persistence and hard work, where only the most dedicated achieve the summit.